prior days, a little more information. I have more questions, like everything else in this case. Every time I learn something, I have more questions.
Yeah, and right now we are talking to Tom Evans, former alternate jury in the Idaho trial for Lori Vallow Daybell. Tom, just talk about her demeanor and how she's handling this. She's been getting a bit snippy with the judge, and she seems to get frustrated as she tries to come up with her questioning.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say I feel sorry for her, but I understand. Like, I would be the same way in her position. Obviously, I wouldn't be representing myself in a murder trial, but if I were, I would be frustrated with the whole hearsay thing, all that stuff. I don't get that either. I've had lawyers try to explain it to me, and I still don't quite understand.
Well, from our knowledge, the hearsay part, as far as Alex Cox, whenever she tries to bring in Alex's statements, that's already been ruled in as hearsay, as he is an alleged co-conspirator in this case, if he were alive to defend himself. So the court is saying whenever you bring in his statements or what he said as a narrative to police, it doesn't count. Same thing with Tylee Ryan. I mean, Tylee Ryan is her own victim in Idaho. The jury doesn't know that. But back to the jury, you've been in their shoes. We've already had two excused. Tell me how that went down, and we're down to 14 jurors now.
Yeah, just a couple of days into this trial, we're already down two jurors. That's a little disconcerting. Um, Honestly, I thought that the jury selection process was a little quick, and I'm not sure that they questioned enough and for the individual jurors to know what they were
Hmm.
really getting into here, and they're just finding it out now, and it's a little bit late. So yeah, that's a little scary.
And we got the alternates, and that was fine. But you're saying maybe they went too fast because obviously we had a juror that said that he had financial reasons that he had to get out, having to do with alimony or something. He had a letter from his employment, I believe, and then another juror, I think it was a female juror, a young woman who just we don't know exactly why she had to
Yeah,
leave.
right. It's frustrating because all this stuff was talked about beforehand, right? But I don't
Mm-hmm.
think it was impressed enough on the jurors exactly what it is they were getting into, and the nature of the trial, right? It's a pretty severe thing to have to go through, and it's going to take a lot out of people's lives to be here for however many weeks. And I just think they could have spent more time and been a little more selective on the jurors. They had
Mm-hmm.
several more jurors in line that they could have also questioned and gone through and um, been a little bit more careful, I think, is who they picked.
Last question for you before you get into the courtroom. What is the reaction from the jurors as they stare at all the evidence, specifically yesterday from Daniel Coons? That was long testimony. It was very, very detailed through the whole crime scene. How did they react?
They seem to be paying attention. I didn't see anybody falling asleep, or they seemed to be interested. It was really interesting testimony, I thought, and like I said, it left me with some questions, and I'm sure it left a lot of those jurors with questions also.
And the clear thing that we are seeing from the prosecution is that there was no self-defense at all here, and they say this was a straight-up murder. Um, Tom, thank
Yeah,
you so much for joining us. I know you got to get into that courtroom and get your seat. We appreciate your time and your insight. You've been following this the whole way since your experience as a juror in the Idaho case, the Idaho trial. We'll talk to you
yep.
soon.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right. Tom Evans on the phone there. I mean, we have talked to him after the Idaho trial for Lori Vallow Daybell and then Chad Daybell's trial. He has written two books, one on Lori and one on Chad, just about his experience. This was someone who didn't know anything about the case, obviously coming into it as a potential juror and then getting into the box and then sitting through several weeks of trial and watching all that graphic evidence come forward in the Idaho trial, in which Lori Vallow Daybell was eventually convicted for killing her children, J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, also conspiring in the death of Tammy Daybell, the first wife of Chad Daybell, her husband now and co-defendant who is on death row in Idaho. So there is a lot there, and there is trauma, and there's a lot of connection and personal connection for a juror like Tom. We're gonna have another guest And you guys may not be ready for this one. Right now, we have 200 people watching. This is how I want to start things. I want to start things off a little bit earlier. I want to kick off the pregame a little bit earlier as we get into trial at 10:30 Pacific time. We'll be watching and tracking that live feed. But obviously, for you guys, there will be a 30-minute delay. And so at 11 a.m., you guys will be able to watch with us. We'll have a panel today at lunch. And you guys watching, good morning, Ann. Good morning, Marcella. We have our next guest. I want to introduce you. He's a friend of mine, Larry Woodcock, the brother-in-law of Charles Vallow, the grandfather of J.J. Vallow. Larry, thank you so much for joining us from your home. I know you're not in Arizona. Obviously, your wife, Kay Woodcock, is representing her brother. But how you doing, Larry?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay, please?
I hear you clear, Larry. It's good to hear you. It's been a while.
It has been. I hope you're doing well.
And we've got people watching here that are thinking about you, thinking about Kay. What has it been like for you? What has it been like for her, especially yesterday? A lot of testimony and having to see, you know, the terrible things regarding Charles and his death on July 11th, 2019.
Yesterday was a hard day, actually. Since Monday, it's been a hard time for Kay. She is very stressed. She was unable to, not she wasn't unable, she just chose not to see what they showed yesterday. I am not there. I was the one that saw everything, protected her, and she has every right to step out and should do so.
So is it weird for you not being there? You've been a voice. You've been that rock through the first two trials. I mean, you would talk to the media as well and give some time when you could. And you sat through those long trials and, of course, like we said, watching and seeing graphic evidence. But now, you know, you have to take a step back, right? And then this is all happening and you want to be there, I bet. But just how is that for you navigating that?
It's very stressful. I am not there. I simply cannot be there. We have a lot going on in our life, and there was just simply no way I could be there. Kay is persisting through this. She is strong. She's emotionally strong, but no matter how strong you are, some things you just don't need to see. Some things you just don't need to hear. And she chose yesterday, you know, not to see that. We've seen it, but she did the right thing, and she made the right decision.
Hey, I gotta ask you, what is it like for you to see Lori Vallow Daybell act as her own attorney? Have you been able to at least watch some of it? Have you seen her opening statements and what she said?
I have not seen the open statement yet. It's extremely hard for me knowing that she murdered JJ, she murdered Tylee, she murdered Tammy, and, you know, she's a convicted murderer, and she's pretending that she's a lawyer. And that is disgusting. She is a disgusting person. I have no use for her. At one time, I loved Lori for who she was. She's not that person. She hasn't been that person since 2017. That's when I told Kay there was something going on in her life. And I was right. And she's made horrible choices. And as far as I'm concerned, she's a 3-time convicted murderer without the possibility of parole, pardon, or reduction. She is also involved with the with Chad, and by association, she's as guilty or more guilty because now she's blaming her daughter, her own flesh and blood, that she's the one that murdered the kids.
Yeah.
And that is so utterly disgusting. She is a disgusting person. She has no right to be up there, but I'm glad in a sense she is, because the whole world gets to see how disgusting she is.
She has not taken any accountability for her actions in Idaho. And in this case, do you wonder that if the jury will at some point ask themselves, where are these people that were in the home when Charles was shot and killed? Where's Alex? Where's JJ? Where's Tylee? Why are they not in the courtroom? Why are they not testifying?
Yeah. I heard a statement yesterday. I did get to watch about probably 20 minutes of it yesterday.
Okay.
And when she asked the detective from Arizona, and I can't remember his name.
Daniel Coons.
Something about something that went on in Idaho. I truly hope. I mean, I almost jumped out of my chair when I heard it, because she opened the door to bring in everything that happened in Idaho, and I truly hope that the attorneys heard that and plan to use that directly against her, because to me that allows the court, since she opened the door to bring in everything that's happened in Idaho, the murder of the children. I think, to me, and I'm being totally honest, I just simply haven't had the time, and I'm stressed out about it. So why continuing to stress myself out when I can just review it later on when I feel better?
Yeah.
And I heard that, and I'm telling you, when that statement was made, and Lori asked that question, and she did not say, I do not allow that to come in or something. To me, that opened this whole case up, and I hope the attorneys caught it.
Yeah, there's a lot of trial left, and that is a potential opportunity where we can get more information from Idaho. Last question before you go. How is Kay? How is her mindset? She's going to testify at some point, and she is going to face this person. I mean, it's her nemesis, and she has been integral, your wife, in getting justice for her grandson and helping get justice for Tylee and Tammy in 2 trials. And here she is for trial number 3. This has been a long road for her. How is she doing mentally there?
She's stressed, and emotionally, she is very stressed. And to confront Lori, or Lori to confront her, whichever way you want to look at it, is for the first time, because Lori has literally only looked at Kay maybe a few times. That's most. I don't even think that. Maybe 3 or 4 times that I can actually remember. And remember, I sat through every day of that. And I'm so worried for her. I really am. I'm so worried. But I'll tell you this: Kay is a strong person. When it comes time for Kay to do the right thing, she will do it, and I think she will absolutely do it with the courage that is necessary for this.
Thank you so much, Larry. I just want to let you know that people are on the chat box right now. Someone says, thinking of you, Larry, sending prayers for UK and all who knew this fine man. Another person, Baby Bear 33, thinking of you, Larry, prayers for you, praying for Kay as she's a witness. A lot of people that are sending some positive vibes to you and your family. I just want to thank you for coming on here to talk to us before trial gets underway today.
Thank you so much, and please continue to pray for Kay. She needs all the support and prayer she can get. and pray for her brother and sister that are there too. Because remember, they have taken an emotional toll on this. This family has taken an emotional toll, and she's got to be strong. She knows she's got to be strong. She being Kay and the family, Susan, Jerry, they are there. This is their time to have a say in this. So please be supportive of them.
All right. Appreciate you, Larry. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Thank you for the call.
All right. Larry Woodcock there, the brother-in-law of Charles Vallow, the grandfather of J.J. Vallow. He has been through all of this whole saga. He and his wife, Kay, sounding the alarm from the beginning when the kids had gone missing, and Lori Vallow at the time was not cooperating with the authorities, nor was Chad Daybell, when all of this really broke out and got very, very dark and bizarre months and months before the children were found. We are about to get started here in a little bit, but just wanted to get a couple of those special guests on the line. Actually, we got George here, executive producer, special projects. Let's just start talking now. We got some time to kill, so why not? George just got off Fox 10 Talks, talking to our Ron Hoon and Celeste. We just got off the phone with Larry Woodcock. Okay. And we just got off the phone with Tom Evans, who walked into the courtroom, the alternate juror in the Vallow Daybell trial in Idaho. We've got an important day. We've got cross-examination by Lori Vallow Daybell. She's had the night to think about all this. She started yesterday afternoon. Long testimony by Coons. A lot to handle for the jury. And as Tom Evans said, it left him with a lot of questions, him being someone like a juror and that perspective that is very new to this evidence. It's a lot of evidence.
There is a lot of evidence. We wondered just how much she was going to cross-examine Coons. Her line of questioning was kind of all over the place yesterday. So now that she's had the night to think about it, I do wonder what direction her co-counsel is going to point her in. We have now established, as we learned yesterday, the crime scene. We heard Detective Coons go through each room and what they found or what they didn't find. And now it sounds like they're going to focus more on the kitchen. As we've mentioned, Lori doesn't want to deviate from self-defense, right? That is the finding of detectives. I know the state wants to kind of broaden that a little bit because, again, their case is that this was a premeditated effort to kill Charles for his life insurance policy. So does Lori spend how much time with Detective Coons? Another hour or two on the stand? She was a little, if I could use the term, scatterbrained, talking about certain things that had already been established. We've already seen the bat, right? So unless there's, and she can't talk about Alex, right? She can't bring up what Alex would have told the detectives.
So many objections have come into play from prosecution, Trina Kay. And she doesn't have experience, so the questioning, it leads to nowhere from what we've seen. We're waiting for that. Okay, that was the point of that question. Like we were talking about the center mass. Where was she going with training an officer to shoot the center mass? She was asking Coons about his firearms instruction as an expert. And we know that Alex Cox was not an officer. Alex Cox did have, he liked guns.
Right.
He had guns. But I don't know what that has to do with anything. In a self-defense shooting, if this is self-defense, what does it matter where exactly you're trained to shoot or supposed to shoot?
And do you need to reiterate the self-defense argument to the jury? The jury knows what detectives have come up with, that there is do you need to, does that need to sink in more? And I'm not sure what the purpose would be, other than to pound it into their brains no matter what they're going to hear from the prosecution moving forward, that she's adamant that it remains self-defense. I think at some point the jury's going to pick up on that, and you may lose them if you don't kind of keep this rolling. But again, I'm not a lawyer,
Yeah.
so again, she's had all night to think about this.
They could have already dropped out.
Yeah.
And mentally, right?
Yeah.
Right after some of that cross-examine. Even, I mean, Trina K's question is important, but it is very dry. It is very technical. Obviously, there are visuals there, so that can keep them engaged. They have to pay attention to that. They've seen body cam. They've seen the diagram of the home. They've seen the bullet holes and all of that.
Yeah.
Now, we want to catch you guys up. She also motioned to dismiss the case for failure to disclose exculpatory evidence and prosecutorial misconduct. We are in the process right now. Our John Davidson on our team. We've got a team, guys. This is a reminder for everyone watching that we are not just working in here, but we literally have someone going to the courthouse to get these documents so we can read them to you at some point. I mean, she went over it in this, it wasn't a hearing, but during as lunch began for the jurors, she says that she has not gotten all of the extraction data. And Trina K says, yes, through the Cellbrite data, you got everything that was provided and available at that time. Now you're coming into this late in the game with Lonnie Dworkin, who's not even a witness or official witness, and you're saying that there's more, and you're accusing us of not giving it to you. It's more of a theory that we haven't disclosed everything. And Trina K saying that's not the case. Lori Vallow Daybell wants a hearing, and Judge Boreski says, well, if you want a hearing, that's most likely going to happen on Friday. So we're in the process of getting that, and then also the subpoenas. There's three subpoenas. Well, I see two subpoenas and affidavit of service. So somebody served. I guess we'll see. We know that she says that she wants to call on a few detectives at some point. She wants to call on the landlord of that Chandler home. His name is Joseph Pongratz. I guess he was a friend of Charles and probably a close friend enough to, say, hey, you need a place for your family to live, because he was living in Houston, Texas at the time. Charles and Lori were estranged after they had lived in Gilbert. She had locked them out of the house in January 2019. They go through this whole ordeal, and then finally they reconcile, get back together, and I know that they didn't want to be in Texas. So Lori wanted to get back to the East Valley, and hence this rental home in Chandler didn't have a lot of furniture. It was a place they had just moved into. And then even one of the witnesses, Captain Keller, had said he overheard her saying to an officer, well, I'm not going to get invited to pool parties after this. And she's laughing and smiling. The jury is going to pick up on that. Again, the demeanor, not just of the defendant, but she's acting as her own attorney. Not good for her.
No, and this is the part of the case now. Again, we've established the crime or the shooting scene. Now the state will start to get into the witnesses who will, in theory, paint a picture that this was a couple that had issues, that this was a couple that clearly, maybe from Lori's perspective, again, the prosecution will say, look, Lori was unhappy. We know that she had a wandering eye at this point. And so...
Wandering eye.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nicest way to say it. But the premeditation part of it comes into play. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we just a lot to unpack, and we'll continue to do that today. We've got a panel for lunch. I'm going to tell you right now, we have Rachel Smith, special prosecutor on the Idaho trial, back. She's been great. We got Benjamin Taylor, criminal defense attorney. Mel McDonald, hopefully connections will be better, but he was great yesterday. The judge, as we call him, he's got a lot of experience in the courtroom. And we've got a new guest. We've got Crescia Easton, Charles Vallow's niece. She's been diving into this since the beginning, because she has been, you can say, obsessed with trying to get justice and trying to figure out why her former aunt, Lori Vallow Daybell, did all of this. This is Kay Woodcock's daughter, Kay and Larry's family. So we're going to have her on as well to be the fourth member, and we'll try to mix it up as the days go on. So let's take a quick break, and we'll see you when the stream begins. All right, well, we have a bit of a delay in the courtroom in real time, guys. So, just so you know, let me get my mic. Just so you know, we're in a bit of a delay right now. Not sure what exactly is going on inside the courtroom. Obi, you've been watching, and it just needs to be a delay 5 minutes in.
Yeah, some procedural stuff. There was an objection from Lori. We don't know what it was. The judge took it under advisement. They just brought in the jury, had a few other things they had to tidy up real quick. Somewhat of a late start, just by a few minutes. But we figured we'd fill some time here for you.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. And I want to make sure that you've seen this. On the Record, episode 4, recap of day 2. Let's watch it. Day 2 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. The state presenting more evidence against the so-called Doomsday Mom, aiming to blow up the claim of self-defense in the fatal shooting of her then-husband, Charles Vallow. Law enforcement taking the stand, bringing us back to the crime scene of July 11th, 2019, when Lori drove off moments after her brother pulled the trigger. I'm Justin Lum, and we are on the record. Day 2 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial just wrapped up, and we are here to recap it all. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects EP George Obi. So far, we are now on our 5th witness in this trial, Daniel Coons, a retired Chandler PD detective. A couple jurors have been excused. We're down to 14 jurors. A lot of housekeeping going on today. Lori Vallow Daybell wants her case dismissed for, this is like the 4th time she's motioned for her case to be dismissed. It had to do with a discovery, and she believes that not all of the data on her husband, as she calls him, Charles Vallow's phone, has been provided to her. So she wants a hearing for that. And then at the end of the day, we had the judge tell her there's a bad habit she has of cutting witnesses off and continue to talk as they're answering her question. And then the fact that she has subpoenaed some witnesses to include a few detectives. So it started slow, but a lot went on today.
A lot went on. Look, we knew this was going to be a little sloppy, so the judge, I think, is doing a great job kind of pacing this case, giving Lori some leeway in her cross-examination. But a big day for the state, because I think they brought up their first, I think the most powerful witness they've had.
If there was a star witness so
Yes.
far, and we'll have time for more, this was the guy, Daniel Coons, because he takes you through the crime scene. Yesterday, it was about the body camera footage, the demeanor of Lori Vallow Daybell and her late brother, Alex Cox, the shooter in this case. Obviously, she's accused of conspiring with her brother, Alex, to shoot Charles Vallow. So we get to hear a lot from Daniel Coons regarding the baseball bat in the fight, and then how there was no blood found on this baseball bat. We got to see this Rawlings bat. We've seen photos, but I think, obviously, for the jury, that is so important for them to see that. And then the state is bringing out evidence that there was no biological material found on the bat that hit the back of the head, allegedly, of Alex Cox. And then we have shown viewers the 1-inch cut, not a huge injury. And then how the bullets entered Charles's body. We are getting into the autopsy slowly but surely, and we haven't even heard from the medical examiner.
Right. And this is, again, as the state pointed out in their opening arguments, that this whole thing was started because Alex went over there to confront Charles because there was claims that he was being violent and being abusive, right? So the state today made it clear, setting up the scene for the jury, almost putting them inside the home, taking them room to room, showing them where the body was found, and then walking Coons through the home and saying, all right, when you guys went here, what did you find? Did you find any blood? No. Find any evidence of it? No. And it was all controlled there in the front room, the blood in the kitchen area. This is a textbook for what the state wants to do. They want to walk the jury through the actual crime scene.
If you're playing devil's advocate and you're arguing, okay, maybe the fight and the struggle happened in this one isolated space in this room and no other rooms, and this fight happened here. Still, based on the evidence with the bullet, the 2 bullets, but really the second shot, it is clear that Charles Vallow, according to the evidence, was flat on his back, and the bullet went through his abdomen and out through underneath his left shoulder. And each detail is presented step by step by Trina K. She is not pulling punches on this. She needs the jury to understand exactly how Charles Vallow died.
Right, and exactly where his body was facing. Again, painting a picture for the jury where these two were in relation to each other and where Charles was when he was shot. Was he, again, if you're proving or trying to determine self-defense, you need to paint that for the jury. And I think we're getting now into that. That's why I said Coons probably the best witness they've had so far.
So we are going to take a listen right now to exactly what was said as Trina K did her direct exam with Daniel Coons regarding this second bullet.
When you were at the medical examiner's office as they were performing the autopsy, did you learn additional evidence that helped support your opinion as to whether or not Mr. Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen and the bullet exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was that additional evidence that you considered when reaching this opinion?
Well, I had asked for specific things for the doctor to include in the examination that would help me with rendering that information. One of them was to measure the location of the bullet strikes on the body, both the entry and the exits. And then I also asked for the use of trajectory rods, if it was available, to help demonstrate the angles of the shots so that I could visibly see everything. They have the unique experience of being able to see the actual damage to the organs as it's passing through. It's not all super clear for me for that part, so the trajectory rods help out a lot.
Having observed the location of the injuries, that measurement, the trajectory rods, did that further support or go against your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
It further supported it.
In your opinion, then, can you list all the factors that you rely upon to determine that or to reach your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the floor when he was shot in the abdomen and the shot exited his left shoulder?
The consistencies of a lot of the evidence that I had personally seen. The trajectory rods helped establish that alone, where it shows the entry into the lower left abdomen and then the exit out through the left shoulder blade area. The divot in the floor that was located underneath the body.
And if you want to watch all of that testimony, I urge you to take a look at our stream on our playlist. This testimony, just a direct exam, was about 2.5 hours in the afternoon session, the longest by far, hence why we're saying Coons is a key witness so far in this complex trial. And then it was Lori's turn to cross-exam, and they had to get the jury out of the room, and they needed to give her time to get her bearings together for this cross-exam because she had witnessed a lot. And that was interesting to see that she's getting this leeway.
And I wonder, too, if her initial line of questioning for him changed at any point during his testimony with the state, where she needed a moment to go, okay, I need to confer with my paralegal, my co-counsel, because clearly I think there were some things that were said by Coons that may have changed her approach of how she was going to cross-examine.
And we're seeing that more and more where she takes a moment, she calls time out and basically talks to her counsel. We've seen the sidebars. This is all new to her, so I don't think we're surprised at that. But once she got into cross-examination, it got even more awkward, I think, because we started talking about topics in this whole situation that Coons was testifying to that just didn't seem to make sense or be relevant. And we're getting a lot of reaction in our chat today as far as what she was asking about the trajectory of the casings, about stippling. Go ahead and Google the definition of that, and we know that there was no stippling according to this witness in Daniel Coons. And it just gets very weird.
It does, and there were a lot of things that she brought up that clearly the medical examiner had determined did not happen or was not an issue. And so, but she kept kind of going back to it, and even the chat kind of picked it up. Like, what is the point? Where are we going with this? To the point, I almost felt like the judge saved her at the end of the day, saying, is this a good time to, take our break for the night? And she didn't object to it at all. He said, look, if you have a few more questions, you can ask. She's like, no.
And it's only day 2.
Right.
And she's got to get through this whole trial representing herself. The state has 21 witnesses. It's slated for 5 to 6 weeks. She's taking on a lot as she tries to get witnesses subpoenaed, including detectives that she's going to question. She mentioned the landlord of the home that she wants to question. So is she going to be worn down? Well, we've said this time and again, she has nothing to lose. She says she's been studying case law for the past 5 years. In her mind, no one knows the case better than her. But we talked to our expert today on our panel of 4 legal experts. Benjamin Taylor is saying that, yeah, having that poker face is important, and they're watching her. They're watching her every move. She shows her expressions on her sleeve.
What better way than, I guess, for a jury to pick, for them in a case where they know they have to decide the fate of a defendant? What better way to do that when you have the defendant talking this much and being animated in a way? I mean, she's not really that animated other than, as we mentioned, she needs to tighten up some of the testimony that she's giving at the end of her questions. But I mean, you're getting you're getting a look inside a defendant that you wouldn't ordinarily get. You get one opportunity in most cases if they take the stand in their own defense. But here you have a defendant who is every day out in front of the jury asking questions and I think giving them some insight into who this person is.
And we're seeing a lot of objections from the state based on hearsay and her struggle to keep Alex Cox's statement, her dead brother's statements out of this because that's not allowed. The judge has said every objection on that will be sustained if you bring up Alex Cox and question the witness leading to what Alex had said after the shooting. But I want you guys to listen to this exchange. This is Vallow Daybell doing cross with Daniel Coons about his training as a firearms instructor and what she believes are asked about training to shoot a threat in the center mass. This was just fascinating. I mean, watching this was just so interesting to see her question him and what she may be alluding to. Take a listen.
So when you're taking a gun class, is it common for them to say, is it common that they tell you to shoot center mass? Is that a common term?
That is what we train as police officers, is to shoot center mass. It has the highest probability of guaranteeing a hit on the adversary that you're trying to shoot.
Right. So if you were being attacked, you should point at center mass. Is that correct?
That is what's trained, and because stress can obviously create issues, but yes.
Is it a common term to say to center mass?
No, that is something that I've heard, but I wouldn't classify it as common.
Would you teach that in your class?
It depends on what class is and what we're actually doing. If it's standard officers, no, I don't tell them to always shoot to center mass, no.
So first off, I mean, what is the reaction? I would like to know the reaction of the jurors, but why and what she was fishing for regarding shooting a threat in the center mass. And Kuhn says, no, that's not what I teach.
My interpretation was that she's trying to set up that, again, reinforcing this idea that her brother was
defending her.
Yeah. And again, the nuance of that seems a stretch, right? I don't know that the jury's going to pick up on it. Look, we've already established, at least police have, that Alex shot Charles in self-defense.
Shot him twice, yep.
Yeah. And so the state would then have to disprove that. I don't know. Center mass, I mean, how many of the jurors, you talked about it in the jury selection, all these jurors own weapons, right? They all have guns. I mean...
10 of them. I don't know if any of them been excused, but 10 out of the 16, I believe, said they own guns.
But how many of those gun owners have ever used the term, understand what the term is? Again, this is the line of questioning that you just don't understand where she's going with it. Maybe, we'll get a better idea when the morning session tomorrow morning starts and she gets another opportunity.
So is she saying or trying to get a statement that Alex Cox did self-defense the textbook way and shot Charles Vallow twice in the center mass, and that's what happened. I don't know.
Or is center mass used by people who are, premeditating a murder? Is that something that, an assassin would know how to do and make it look like self-defense?
And what's interesting is that through the Idaho case, we know that Alex Cox went to the gun range a lot leading up to the day that prosecutors say he shot at Tammy Daybell in her driveway in Idaho. So we're fast forwarding to the future in this case in October 2019. And he misfires. Like nothing happens. I don't know what goes wrong. And then before that, October 2nd, 2019, he fires allegedly at Brandon Boudreaux and Gilbert, and it shatters his window. But so this guy doesn't hit. But obviously in this case, he shot and killed Charles right in front of him. And I think there were text messages too in the Idaho trial, that she was talking about how he needed to train on his shooting. So, but obviously the jury doesn't know this, right. And here she is talking about, the textbook way of shooting and putting down a threat. So there was a lot that we got into. Again, to recap so far, it's been law enforcement. It's been 3 people from Chandler PD, 2 of them retired, 2 Chandler firefighters. And so now we get to see the cross-examination tomorrow and how Lori Vallow Daybell tries to poke holes in Coons' testimony. She gets a fresh start tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, she'll have a whole night to think about the line of questioning. Interesting to see how much longer Coons will be on the stand. But we do expect Trina Kay, the prosecutor, to redirect at some point. I would imagine she'll find some reason to bring the jury back into whatever line of questioning and direction she wants to go. But Coons in for another at least hour or two, I would expect, in the morning.
It only gets more interesting. Thank you all for watching On the Record. Subscribe and hit the bell, and we will be back with another recap on day 3. Foxton investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects EP George Obi. You are watching streaming coverage of the Doomsday murder trial. We're here live. Had a little bit of a delay today, but give you a little bit of a spoiler, guys. This cross-exam is about to get interesting. I'm going to say it's going to get unhinged, all right? Lori Vallow Daybell clearly had a night to think about this. As we talked about the preparation, she is coming into this more prepared to cross-examine Daniel Coons, a retired detective. I'm not saying that she's a pro lawyer here, but she's had some time to think about this after yesterday.
Well, he was on the stand. Detective Coons was on the stand for several hours yesterday afternoon. She got a chance to start her cross late in the afternoon. So we were curious to see how much sleep she got, how much prep she would get in. And she came right out of the gate this morning.
Yeah, you guys are going to see that in a little bit as she's going to use exhibits from yesterday regarding the shooting scene where Charles Vallow, her husband at the time, was shot and killed by her brother Alex Cox. We're going to talk about the projectile on the floor. We're going to talk about the bleeding. I mean, this is going to be a very interesting morning, and there are going to be a lot of objections flying all over the place, specifically from the prosecution. Now, in my hands here, motion to dismiss for failure to disclose exculpatory evidence and prosecutorial misconduct. Shout out to JD on our assignment desk for getting this from the courthouse. This is Vallow Daybell's latest motion, and we got some time, so I'm going to read it to you all here. Okay, the defendant, Lori Daybell, hereby requests that this court grant this motion to dismiss for failure to disclose exculpatory evidence, which is prosecutorial misconduct. Through the defense's expert, Lonnie Dworkin, the defense has become aware that the state did not disclose discovery according to the Brady law. See Exhibit A. We'll get to that in a little bit. It's an affidavit supporting witness statement prepared by defense expert Lonnie Dworkin. We know Dworkin was in the Jodi Arias trial as an expert witness. He specializes in digital forensics. This has to do with Charles Vallow's phone. The motion also says, after Mr. Dworkin's initial review of the discovery disclosed by the state, he was able to determine that the files disclosed to the defense are Cellbrite Universal Forensic Extraction Device files, Universal Forensic Data Report files, and PDF files. In order for expert Lonnie Dworkin to conduct a proper forensic analysis using the latest version of Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, he requires access to the original Cellbrite Universal Forensic Extraction Device, extractions in the Universal Forensic Data format. For the reasons stated herein, the defendant requests that this court grant this motion to dismiss for fail to disclose exculpatory evidence, dated April 7, 2025. What do we think about that?
Well, I mean, this is what, the fourth time?
Motion for it.
Yeah. So, we talked a lot about in the hearings how much evidence there was. That was really one of her things was, the dozens of terabytes that her expert needed to go through. But as the judge pointed out previously, they had plenty of time to do this, and technology is evolving all the time, but they've had plenty of time. And I understand changing counsel and her representing herself throws a whole new wrench in the whole thing. But look,
time to go through the 22 terabytes and time to get the discovery. Now, okay, before we go, affidavit supporting witness statement. This is from Dworkin. He says, my name is Lonnie J. Dworkin. I am a computer forensic specialist, engineer, and program manager with expertise in computer and cell phone forensics, software and hardware engineering, and technical program management. I have received extensive training and have been qualified as an expert witness in court proceedings to testify on topics including computer forensics, cell phone forensics, call detail records, digital video analysis, still image forensics, and audio forensics. I reside in Scottsdale, Arizona. Hold a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Boston University. He goes on with his certifications. I've been employed as an electrical engineer, program manager, and software engineer for both the United States Navy and Intel Corporation. All right, let's get to the stuff on this case here. He says, I was engaged by Jeff White, an investigator for the defense in the matter of State of Arizona v. Lori Daybell, to assess the sufficiency of the Cellbrite reports provided by the prosecution in Universal Forensic Data Report and PDF formats used in the defense's analysis. Upon review of the provided files and PDF reports, I've determined that these reports were generated in 2019 and 2020 using the version of Cellbrite Physical Analyzer available at the time. Since then, Cellbrite has released numerous updates, including enhancements, feature improvements, and error corrections. As of 2025, The current version of Cellbrite Physical Analyzer offers significantly improved data parsing and analysis capabilities. Conduct a proper forensic analysis using the latest version. I require access to the original Cellbrite Universal Forensic Extraction Device extractions in that format. For devices extracted using other forensic tools such as Oxygen Forensics or Graykey, I require the corresponding native extractions in their original format. So, a lot of technical stuff there, some of it which I don't understand, but he's saying there was an update. This is from years ago what I have, and I can get more.
Yeah, and reminder, obviously, Lonnie was involved in the Arias case, so he has some, expertise in going through mounds of evidence, and especially forensic evidence. But look, this, as we know, a lot to go through, and then a short amount of time, you're asking a lot of one individual. But as the judge again pointed out, there had plenty of time to gather all of this. Could have been transferred over. Technology changes all the time. You have to adjust. But another bump in the road, and the judge has made the decision. So, or will discuss at the end of the week.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Lori Vallow Daybell here cross-examine Daniel Coons in just a moment, as she tries to poke holes in his testimony regarding how Charles Vallow died, how he was killed at the scene of the shooting. So, thank you guys for staying with us. We're gonna have a lot more on this case with analysis in the panel later today at lunch. Let's take a look at Lori Vallow Daybell in the courtroom for cross-examination.
Detective Coons, I know we didn't really establish yesterday. I know that you're retired. Is that okay if I call you Detective Coons, or would you prefer something else?
Detective is fine.
Okay, thank you. Detective Coons, yesterday you testified that no stippling was found as a result of the shot on my husband's chest. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, none was found.
Okay. So would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed in his defense interview that there was stippling found in that shot?
Would it surprise me that he had found it? Not necessarily based on the information.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed that the shooter would have had to be 2 to 4 feet away for that stippling to be present?
And this is from your interview or from the report?
From the interview.
Okay. No, that actually would still be consistent with my observations at the scene.
Okay, great. If someone very muscular like my husband were 2 to 4 feet away from you holding up a bat, would you consider that a threat?
Can I object to speculation, relevance?
Your Honor, I'm asking for his opinion as a professional and as a firearms expert.
He's not, okay.
That goes to the ultimate
hold on.
decision.
The objection is sustained and it calls for a legal conclusion.
It calls for a legal conclusion?
Yes, move on.
Were you present, Detective, when my husband was shot?
No, ma'am.
Is there a video recording of it?
To my knowledge, no.
So is your opinion then an educated guess about what really happened?
It's based on known facts.
Okay. Were you aware, Detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know the relationship.
Did you know that they hung out and played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Well, I guess.
My follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
In all of your investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you learn in your investigation that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
Did you read the reports in this case?
I did not read all of the reports in this case. No, I've read mine and I've authored mine, but I have not read the other reports.
None of the other reports except for your own?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with the follow-up report you wrote dated July 29th, 2019?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you review your reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, but I have not memorized the dates of when I made a report entry.
Okay. Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and correct copy of your report, Detective?
I believe it is.
And those Bates pages run from what to what, please?
They're obscured in the footnotes of it, but it looks like it's 126 through 131.
Okay. And on the last page of your report, on Bates page 131, you explain what a shored wound is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that underlined portion?
I'm going to object to hearsay to reading it.
Sustained. You can ask him to explain what a shored wound is.
Okay. Can you explain to us what the shored wound is that you explained in your report?
Yes, a shored wound would be a wound created as an exit wound where the projectile is exiting the body and the body is either up against a firm surface or firm material like spandex type thing. That's how it's been explained to me.
Okay. That's fair. You said held in place by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, and it says in your report, did you, in fact, collect my husband's clothing?
Yes.
Okay. And you took the clothing, it says, to the property storage facility. Is that correct?
Yes, it went to a drying cage.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
Can't say that I am.
Okay. Were you aware that on July 29th, 2019, my husband was wearing a $200 bamboo workout shirt?
Objection to relevance.
He can answer if he knows.
I have no idea what the cost is.
Are you aware that bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric, not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into bamboo fabric.
Okay. So could this fabric of his shirt have caused the wound to be short?
It could have been a contributor, but it would not have been in this particular case.
Why so?
The body would have been on the floor where the bullet defect was in the floor.
So you just said in your report earlier that a shored wound could be caused by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that could not have happened in this case?
The shirt did not appear to be tight clothing to me.
Well, it was made of bamboo, as we established, right? Is that correct?
I am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay. And you did not investigate that at all?
No, ma'am.
But you had the shirt in your possession?
It was seized as evidence, yes.
And you never checked what kind of fabric it was?
No, ma'am.
And you never checked if that could be a possibility?
No, ma'am.
And you knew that spandex was kind of a material that could make that kind of shored mark that you just mentioned, correct?
It would have to be super tight clothing.
Super tight clothing?
Yes.
Or a fabric that's even stronger than the spandex that you mentioned?
The strength of the fabric, I don't believe, has a huge play in it unless it is form-fitting and compressing the skin, much like a hard surface or firm surface would.
Okay. But what you said in your report was that held in place by tight clothing could cause a shored wound.
As has been explained to me, yes.
Okay. Detective, in your report, you mention let's see. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound and not the floor.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
I'll let him answer.
I don't know if it's possible or not for that particular shirt to have caused a shored wound.
Because you did not do any investigation about the shirt.
Because the shirt did not appear to be form-fitting and very tight.
Did it cover over the shoulder where the wound was?
It was a full T-shirt at the time.
That's what I'm saying. So was the T-shirt where the wound was on his back, where the bullet exited, was his shirt covering that part of his body?
Certainly.
Okay. Was there a hole in the shirt at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
How big was the hole?
The size of the bullet?
So small.
Fabric stretches and contracts. So it was a bullet size.
Okay. So when you had this shirt and you saw the bullet hole, it was after the shirt had been cut off by the firefighters. Is that correct?
It hadn't been cut off. It had been cut down the middle, down the front.
So just the front was cut. So the back was intact?
Minus the defects that we have seen from the bullet exits, yes.
Okay. So you were able to measure that. Do you have a measurement for those bullet holes in the shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound, the shored wound.
Object again that we've asked and answered this three times now.
Okay, so is it possible that any shirt could have caused a shored wound in any kind of...
And I'm going to object to foundation as to any overly broad.
As an expert...
Let me rule on the objection.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
As an expert, and in your professional opinion, could that fabric of his shirt that he was wearing that day caused a shored wound?
Again, I'm going to object to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
In the last paragraph of your report, Detective, you indicate that you were able to confirm your suspicion of the body position at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean by suspicion?
Well, at the time, I couldn't see through his body to see the full trajectories, so I did need the information from the autopsy. The trajectory rods helped with that, as well as the doctor's statements. All of that combined did give me the two different bullet paths.
Okay. And then, can you tell me, Detective, what happened to my husband's shirt? Do you know where it is now?
It is in evidence, as far as I'm aware.
And it's, when you looked at it, where was it?
The last I physically saw that shirt was when I handed it off to a crime scene tech to put into a drying cage with the instructions, once it was dry, to have it moved into the property facility.
And so did you see it after it was in the property facility?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you saw it before it was dried, is that correct?
While it was wet from the medical examiner's office, yes.
And that's when you examined it?
I had seen it at the scene as well.
And then, did you ever examine it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you saw it twice.
That's fair.
Okay. So you didn't test it for anything?
I did not.
Did anyone test it for anything?
I do not know.
That you're aware of?
I do not know.
So you're not aware of it?
Correct. I do not know if anybody else tested it.
Okay. Was the wood floor tested for any fragments of the projectile?
It was actually seized, so it was not tested.
What does seized mean?
We cut it out of the floor and kept it.
Right. And then was it tested after it was seized?
No, ma'am.
So the wood floor plank that was taken from my residence was never tested for any fragments of the projectile.
The projectile was intact, minus a deformity to it.
Okay. But there wasn't any reason, are you saying there was no reason to test it?
There had been no implication or indication that there was a request for it to be tested.
And you wouldn't do that to see if the projectile actually hit the floor?
No, ma'am. All the other circumstances and information that led up to that decision to seize the floor, everything appeared that it was going to be related to the actual bullet that passed through your husband's body and struck the floor.
Wouldn't testing the floor actually be the easiest way to be sure that the bullet hit the floor?
Not necessarily would it leave anything behind. Like I said, the bullet was a full metal jacket. It was still intact.
Mm-hmm.
There had been a significant amount of blood that had pooled in it. I do not know if there would be residue left behind in it for testing.
Fair. Okay. Was the projectile tested for any marks from the floor?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that this was a rental house that we lived in?
I believe I'd heard that.
Okay. Were you aware that we had only lived there for about 3 weeks prior to this incident?
I knew it was a short time period, but I did not know the actual duration.
Did you know that? You know that by the time you wrote this report, right?
I don't recall knowing the exact time frame that you had lived there.
Okay. So the defect in the floor of the rental house that we lived in could have already been there before this incident. Is that correct?
Not in my opinion, no.
But it could have.
An objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So of all the divots that we saw yesterday in the pictures on the floor, it could not have been there beforehand?
And again, asked and answered.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The divots I believe you're referring to were extremely smaller than the actual defect, which was still relatively fresh and not sealed like the other divots were.
Okay, can we see? These were previously published, so I can use them, right?
Yeah.
Can we look
Just
at these?
refer to the exhibit number, please.
Okay. Just put it on. Detective, can you see that? I can't see that very well from there. So, in Exhibit 57, Detective,
I'm looking.
this, where my pin is pointing,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the defect that you're referring to where the bullet struck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these defects were already previously at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they look that much significantly different than that to you?
Yes, they do.
What do you think the measurement difference in that is, in your professional opinion?
There is no scale in this photograph. It would be difficult for me to give you an estimate.
So in your estimation, this defect is much larger than this defect. Is that correct?
The second defect you're pointing to appears to be wood grain indentations. The other is an actual defect in the board.
Okay. Thank you. But this defect, this piece of wood that was cut out, was not tested. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
Technically correct, but I'll let him answer.
Correct. To my knowledge, it was not tested.
Thank you. So do you know, Detective, for a fact, that the defect on my wood floor was caused by the second bullet?
And again, I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Sustained.
When we looked at the projectiles yesterday, the one from the baseboard clearly had white paint on it from the baseboard. Is that correct?
Baseboard or the drywall, perhaps.
Okay, but we all saw the white paint. Is that correct?
There was a white marking on it.
Was that tested for the white paint?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
There was no decision made to have it tested.
Because it was logical that it was in the baseboard where the baseboard was painted white, right?
It was very clear that it had passed through your husband and lodged in the baseboard. And upon recovery, there was no deformation to it, indicating that it was a straight-on impact or relatively close so that it embedded itself into the baseboard.
Correct. So it wasn't tested because it really didn't need to be, in your opinion.
Correct.
Okay. That's fair. Next, we looked at the projectile that, according to you, made the defect in my wood floor. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question. Next, we look at it, but I don't see anything.
Oh, we saw the projectile. Can I find out what exhibit that was?
Your paralegal has all those photographs.
Can we use the actual exhibit?
She can approach and Are you looking for the actual projectile?
Yes.
I believe it's a smaller. Do you want her to hand that to the witness?
Is that 239? Okay. Detective, for the record, you're looking at exhibit 239, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that we are talking about that you claimed made the divot in my wood floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was that projectile was not tested, is that correct?
Your Honor,
Is that what you
I'm
said?
going to object to asked and answered at least 3 times.
Sustained.
Does that projectile look pristine to you?
No, ma'am. As I've previously testified, it is slightly deformed.
What side is it deformed on? What part about it is deformed?
The back end, the heel area is compressed a little bit so that it's now oval as opposed to circular.
And that would indicate what?
That would indicate that as the bullet struck something firm on its side, it compressed, and then it continued on moving.
Okay. So that's what you mean by a shored wound. It hit up against something. Is that correct?
The terminology as it's been described to me is it's the skin is against a firm surface. So in this particular case, the floor would be the firm surface. So as it's entering or exiting your husband and starting to try to enter the floor is forcing the bullet to kind of ricochet, but the body's still keeping it in place. So it's now deforming a little bit, and it's still expending its energy to escape from underneath the body.
Okay. And if my husband was in fact laying on the floor, how did it get out from under his body? Wouldn't it have gotten stuck under? That's my question.
Just what?
Could you explain that to me?
I think I just did. So the bullet is a full metal jacket. It still has its energy until it starts striking things to cause resistance to it to slow it down. It's going to expend its energy at a normal rate. I think I just lost the mic. I'm not sure.
No, it's on.
Okay. When it starts striking firm objects, then it'll start bleeding the energy away. And in this particular case, as it's exiting your husband's body, it's impacting bone, it's impacting the flesh that's compressed against the floor, and it's impacting the floor now. So there is going to be a lot of resistance against that. Now, where it exited, it's still not free to just fly like the one that went through his chest and out the back. It's still semi-trapped between your husband's body and the floor, so that's going to cause even more energy drain until it comes to rest.
And how far away from my husband's shoulder was that bullet fragment found? The projectile, I guess.
When it was found, I don't know the exact measurement away from it. I would say a foot or more, maybe.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about the energy. It still had energy to keep moving. Is
Yes.
that correct?
It had enough to escape from being under the body.
Okay. So because of what you saw at the scene, and you state in your report that it was your suspicion that that's what had happened, was that my husband was supine on the floor. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it your suspicion from the start of this investigation that led you to not confirm any other alternative?
What other alternative, ma'am? My job was to collect the information and put it together with the information that was being collected in the interviews. The information from the interviews did not completely match everything that I had learned at the scene.
Okay. Well, let's see. You did not test the wood floor, is that correct?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
You did not test the projectile, is that correct?
I'm going to again object to asked and answered multiple times, and I'm going to move to start striking every question.
Sustained.
You did not investigate my husband's shirt.
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Did you call Aloha, Carolina, and ask them about the fabric of my husband's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you made an assumption early on and only investigated the things that supported that assumption?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Remember in your report where you stated that the bullet strike to the abdomen had an upward trajectory, passing through the left lung before exiting near the left shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. Could that upward trajectory have been caused by my husband falling backwards and the bullet hitting the abdomen and going upwards and exiting his shoulder as he hit the floor?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Detective Coons, on July 11th, 2019, were you at the Chandler Police Department during my interview?
No, ma'am.
Were you there that morning when we were brought into the Chandler Police Department at all?
No, ma'am, I was at the scene.
Okay. I thought you didn't get to the scene until 11:45.
No, that was when we actually obtained the search warrant. It was about a little after 11:45. I was
Okay.
already at the scene shortly after 9 o'clock.
Okay. Did you see the injury on the back of Alex's head with your own eyes?
I did not take a close look at it. I saw the paper towel that he was holding against his head.
But you did not see the wound itself?
No.
Okay. Are you aware if Alex's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
There would have been no reason to swab for gunshot residue.
Why is that?
He had already stated that he was the shooter.
He had stated it?
To my knowledge, that's how the information was provided to me.
Okay. Are you aware if my hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware if my daughter's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Do you know for a fact that Alex shot the gun in question?
Based on the information provided, that is what I have, yes.
Do you know that for a fact?
Just with the information that's been provided, I can't tell you one way or another if there's another shooter because the evidence does not show that there was.
Okay. So all you really know for sure, after your 5 years of investigation, is that my husband was shot 2 times, 1 by that particular gun, 2 with those particular bullets, at my residence, and that he passed away as a result of that. Would that be correct?
Oversimplified, there is a lot more information that is available to us for that.
Is that correct? Is that question correct?
Those are some known facts, yes, but that is not all we know.
So you can't really tell me for sure who shot him, can you?
Well, as we've established, I was not present when it happened. I can only go with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence shows.
Okay. You don't really know what time he was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
Your Honor, I still have stuff that she gave.
You can pass those to. Let's have your paralegal get the report that you gave him, but I'll take Exhibit 239. Is it? Do you need any of the photos? They're over there.
Yes.
All right, Detective, I know we started yesterday, so I'm going to kind of go back through a few different areas, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of just understanding your role working with crime scene techs, you had testified yesterday that they are often the ones who actually pick up the item of evidence and put it in a bag, correct?
Frequently, yes.
Are you there observing them as they do that?
Yes.
You're not just wandering around outside drinking a coffee while they're processing the house?
No, ma'am.
So every item that we've brought in is something that you observed, you were there as they were documented and collected?
Correct.
And some of them, like the gun, you actually had to make safe before it could be collected.
Actually, Detective Duncan is the one that made it safe, but I was present for those things.
Okay. You were asked about the backyard being searched. When you have other people searching the house, and I think you'd said it was a collaborative event, if someone observes something, do they bring it to your attention as the scene agent?
Yes, if I'm asking somebody to do a search for me to help out with a larger area, it is their responsibility to bring it forward to me if they discover something that they think is important.
And if they see something, you would then go out and observe it yourself?
Yes.
Okay. We had talked about the gun yesterday and the ejection port. See if this will be visible here. What do we see right here?
So that is the ejection port.
So when we're talking about how this, how a semi-automatic gun works, and you were talking about the ejection to the right, is that in this gun indicated by the opening where that ejection port is, the side that it's on of the gun?
The opening is part of how it'll indicate where it ejects. Also the extractor, which is a small lever behind the ejection port, is what grabs the casing to pull it out. And internally, there's going to be an ejector that it's usually a small pinpoint that kicks it, and the springs basically flip it out.
So all of that was what made you understand which way the casings would have ejected out of this gun?
Yes.
Now, you told us that that every gun can be slightly different if it's more upward, more outward, and you are unaware for this gun what that ejection would be like.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to your diagram. This is Exhibit 5. Are you able to, by looking at the measurements that you took, give us an estimate of the distance between those two casings that you have listed here as 9 and 10?
My estimation would be a couple feet.
And I guess, did you take measurements of where those were?
I took measurements from the reference points to triangulate it, but I did not measure distance between each object to the other objects.
So the measurements that we see, I'm going to take it out of here. On the second page of your report, are those triangulations that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are we able to extrapolate from this any distance between those two, or we are left with what you recall at this point?
You're left with what I recall, but I also, on my diagram, I put a reference line or dimension line. It's near the north-south indicator, and that helps somebody who's looking at it get an idea of what a measurement might be in the diagram.
Okay. And is that this line up here?
Correct.
Okay. There was a lot of questions about where the shooter might have been at the time when this shooting occurred. Start with 19 while I look for a different perspective. But in this house, you have talked about a rounded wall. Can you tell us where you're talking about for that? And I'm going to put up 14. So on 14, what is this rounded wall that you're talking about when you're referring to the location or potential location, let me say the general location of the shooter?
So the rounded wall is at the south end of the main room that we're in, where the body's at. And it's also directly across from the hallway that runs to the 3 bedrooms and the hall bathroom.
So is that this wall that we see in Exhibit 14 right here?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about a gun being fired and casings ejecting, as someone who has fired guns before, have you fired them on where the casings are landing on a hard surface?
Yes,
Do casings bounce and roll?
they do.
So is the location of these casings, do they tell us exactly where they initially landed when they ejected?
No.
This is just where they ended up or stopped.
It's where we found them.
They could have been kicked at some point as well.
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at this scene, are you relying upon these physical items of evidence to reach your opinion?
They would be some of it, yes.
And then are you relying on your training and experience in conjunction with observing the physical evidence as well as the injuries to Charles?
That would also be good pieces of the puzzle.
And are you able to give us the exact location of this shooter?
No, ma'am.
Are you giving us a general area of the shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the shot that goes through Charles's chest and out his back, where is the general area that you are saying the shooter was located?
The shooter would have been located somewhere in the opening to where the kitchen and the hallway is, in close proximity to the rounded corner as well.
Okay, I put up Exhibit 16 here. So somewhere in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you were asked a lot about the autopsy report and stippling. You were provided with a copy of it by the defendant, correct?
It was never provided to me.
You weren't allowed to look at a copy of it?
The report that she gave me was my report from the Channel report system, not the medical examiner.
Have you ever looked at the autopsy report?
I have.
Did you, in regards to the injury to Charles's chest, the entrance wound, ever see the word stippling used there?
No, it was not in the report.
When you were reading that, did you interpret the way that Dr. Baumgardner wrote that to mean abrasions related to the actual entrance wound of the gunshot?
That's how I interpreted it.
Does that mean that Dr. Baumgardner didn't mean stippling?
I don't know medical jargon so well, so he could have very well meant it with how he wrote it, but to me it did not come across that way.
Okay. And when you were at the autopsy, you don't recall him ever telling you about the stippling?
Not in that word, no.
But you were there at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Are you in the room with him, like right there next to him?
No, we are actually mandated to stay in the, I guess it's the viewing area of that particular location.
There's a window between you and he's in a different room?
Yes.
So you also were asked about Dr. Baumgardner saying in a defense interview that because of this, what you've now been told is stippling around that gunshot wound to the chest, that the shooter or the gun being used could have been 2 to 4 or so feet away. Do you recall being told that?
Yes, I do.
All right. I have a little thing here, 24 inches. So 2 feet, 24 inches?
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if I can approach or if I have to have my,
Go ahead.
thank you. So when we're talking about 2 feet, saying from the wound on his chest,
The indicator would be from the muzzle to the chest.
so that distance is 2 feet.
Yes.
Understanding that additional information that the defendant provided you, that Dr. Baumgartner advised during a defense interview, does that alter your opinion in any way as to where the shooter would have been, the general location of the shooter for this shot to his chest?
No, it actually makes sense with the completed trajectory that ended up in the baseboard.
So those being 2 feet away from Charles Vallow when the end of the gun to his chest did not seem so far away that, or so close that it didn't fit in with your opinion.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet would be certainly consistent with what I saw.
So he's 2 to 4 feet away from him in this area.
Away from that area, yes. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the floor itself that you observed underneath Charles's shoulder after he was removed, okay? I'm putting up Exhibit 244. That's the actual piece of wood. And, Your Honor, can I actually publish this to the jury and have them
Yes.
look at it? Thank you. If I can have just all of them look at that, and then I'll ask a couple questions. Detective, in looking at the floor itself, you told us that you looked through the whole floor in that room to see if you found any similar types of defects, correct?
Correct.
Did you find other defects on the floor, just period?
There are other imperfections.
You had testified on cross that there was something about the freshness of the defect itself. Were you able to sort of feel a difference in the wood grain, where that indentation is that we see in Exhibit 59 and in the actual piece 244 than you observed in other defects across the floor.
Yes, it did appear to be different than the other imperfections or defects.
Was there anything about the defect itself that indicated a path of travel?
Yes, there is a kind of a linear mark to it, and you'll also see at the in this particular photograph that there's like a slight semicircular edge as it exits towards the top right.
And was there anything about that pattern itself, both the depth, the freshness, the location of it, that made you feel it was consistent with a bullet strike?
All of those factors help make it consistent with it, not to mention the location of the projectile that was in close proximity to this defect.
So let's talk a little bit about those projectiles. I'm putting Exhibit 40 up here. Do we see the projectile over here next to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Now, were you aware when you were given this scene that fire had already been there?
Yes, I was.
Pretty obvious because of all the medical devices, right?
They left a tail.
And if you were advised that fire has testified that they rolled Mr. Vallow onto his right side towards the west, would that have then exposed his left shoulder there?
It should have.
Do you know whether or not that bullet was ever moved at all personally?
Well, I have no idea what the condition of that bullet was until I physically saw it.
Okay. Now, the location of this bullet here on the floor next to Charles, why is that significant in determining whether or not Charles was upright or down?
Well, it's significant because for this particular shot, he would have basically been vulnerable, if you will.
Let me ask it this way. Why is that significant in making your opinion that he was on the floor versus upright for the shot to the abdomen?
Oh, okay. The angle of entry into the abdomen and exit is not consistent with him being upright or any other way other than lying on the floor. The defect is where the defect is, and the bullet, as demonstrated with the chest shot, had enough energy to exit. And had he been any other direction, I would not have expected the defect to be right underneath the body.
So if someone is standing and someone's on the floor shooting upward, where would the bullet go?
Well, if he's standing and the shooter is horizontal, then the bullet would go towards the ceiling or high wall area.
So this idea that it would end up on the floor below him and right next to him, would that fit with that scenario?
Of him standing, no.
When you're looking at the bullets and the location of them in this scene, we had that other projectile, and I'm going to put 20 up here, that went into the baseboard on the east side of the room, correct?
Yes.
When you talk about someone being standing upward and the bullet being slowed, can you explain to us how this bullet landing over here and embedding itself in that baseboard is consistent with Charles being standing upright when he was shot?
It fits the dimension of the room. It fits the wound path through the chest and exiting the back, because the exit is lower than the entry. So there's already a downward motion to it. I know that the bullet struck the spine prior to exiting, so that would bleed even some more energy from it and potentially cause it to start dropping as well.
So the wound itself was slightly downward?
Yes.
And then given the distance away from Charles, This would be, in your mind, consistent with having gone through him in that chest to back exit downward angle.
Correct.
So that really only left one other bullet in the room to explain the other injury,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's the one that was right next to him.
Correct.
You were asked whether or not you made assumptions about the shooting, how it occurred. When you got to the scene, you were given a basic briefing, right?
Yes.
How do you start looking at a scene when you're observing the evidence there?
I do an overall assessment of the scene. I apply the initial information that's given to me, and I progress from there.
Are you, if the physical evidence is what it is, are you trying to find a new way to make that work?
No, I let the evidence speak for itself.
So here the physical evidence is one bullet is in the baseboard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that had to come from somewhere that makes sense for that trajectory, right?
Yes.
And then the other bullet is right next to Charles.
Correct.
And so, again, you're looking at all the physical evidence and how that fits together.
Yes.
And in this case, in your opinion, the shot through Charles's chest that exited his back, did the evidence support to you that he was standing up for this shot?
Yes.
And in your opinion, looking at all the physical evidence from the casings, the projectile, the injuries to Charles, was that consistent with the shooter? And now that you know the stippling, with the shooter being still in that sort of kitchen hallway-ish area when he fired that shot at Charles?
Yes.
And in your opinion, again, looking at the casings, the injuries to Charles, the location of the projectile, as well as the shored wound, and the lack of stippling, does that support your opinion that Charles was on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
Yes, it does.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I'm not seeing any. You can step down. You can call its next witness.
If I may go get her.
right, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in. All right, you're going to come around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Jo?
I do.
How old are you?
61.
And do you currently work?
I'm self-employed.
Do you live here in Arizona?
In Mesa, yes.
Were you born and raised here?
Born and raised here.
Do you have your own children?
5.
Do you have grandchildren?
15.
Busy person.
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to a person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
How did you meet him?
I'm divorced. I was on an LDS dating site, and when new members join, it tells you this is someone new. And he sent me a message, and we began messaging.
Initially, did you just talk to him do you talk through the website? How does that work?
Through the website at first, and then he asked for my phone number, and then we were texting and talking on the phone as well.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
It was early July, I believe the 3rd.
And so you said you guys would text. Was this?
A lot.
What's a lot to you?
Charles was a texter and a talker, and he was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts by the time I had met him. You said you talked on the phone with him as well? For hours.
Did you have a conversation with him once that lasted almost 3 hours?
Probably more than one, yes.
When you met Charles in early July, did you know he was still married?
He told me he was in the process of a divorce.
Okay. Did you know whether or not he was living with his wife at that time?
He was in Houston. His soon-to-be ex-wife was here. When he came to Arizona, he was meeting a realtor to find a place to live when he was here as well.
So when you're first meeting him, he's out of state, but he has a connection here to Arizona, so you keep talking to him?
Correct.
Okay. As you guys are talking and texting, did you eventually have enough interest that you decided you wanted to meet him?
Yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Life insurance and something with money. I try not to have that be the focus when I'm getting to know somebody, so that I get to know them for them and not what they do for a living.
Okay. So you didn't really care too much about what his job was?
No.
Did you know he traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
As you and Charles are talking and texting, just sort of yes or no, can you tell us, did he get very detailed about his life with you?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had children?
Yes.
Just yes or no again, did you talk to him about his wife specifically?
A lot.
Did he mention his wife by name?
Yes.
What did you believe his wife's name was?
Lori Vallow.
Have you ever met Lori Vallow?
No.
Again, just sort of yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about
Your Honor.
why?
Objection. Leading. Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no, did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No, leading is a question that suggests the answer, so she can answer yes or no.
So again, just yes or no, did Charles talk to you about why he was separated from his wife?
Yes.
Based upon your discussions, how long did you think there had been issues going on between Charles and his wife?
For several months, but more intensely since the beginning of that year was 2019, so since the beginning of that year.
You told us that Charles talked to you let me ask you, yes or no, did he talk to you in great detail about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you met on an LDS dating site, right?
Correct.
So are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I am.
Was there anything that you were hearing that you thought were outside of your beliefs?
A lot of things.
As Charles was telling you these things about his wife, can you tell us his demeanor? What his voice was like, what his attitude was like as he's talking about that?
I just remember thinking that he was strangely calm and still kind towards Lori, even through what they were going through.
You told us you were aware he had a child. Did you know where that child lived, who the child lived with?
Yes.
Who was that?
He was living with Lori at that time. He had older children as well, but the young one was living with Lori.
You have these conversations with Charles about his wife and these things that to you seem outside the LDS religion. Why do you keep talking to him?
Well, he was very charming and kind and funny and very clever, really good banter. A lot of craziness going on around him, but he seemed pretty awesome.
Now, you guys had just known each other for a few days. Did you think you and Charles were exclusive?
Heavens, no.
So would you be surprised to learn that he was talking to other people on other websites?
Not at all.
Did he in fact share some of that with you?
He did. He shared some pictures of some woman that had sent him that were quite scanty, and then proceeded to ask him for money, and thought how funny that was, that that's what people were doing online.
Did you eventually meet Charles in person?
I did.
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
Just once.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
July 10th, was that 2019?
Correct.
And was that then here in Arizona that you met?
It was.
You said that you had original plans to meet and they got pushed back?
Yeah, his plane was delayed, so we met a little later than we were supposed to.
Where did you guys meet? What did you do?
At the Keg restaurant by Santan Mall, and we ate, but we talked until the restaurant closed. We were the last people there.
So you shut the place down.
We did. I finally looked around, and I realized that we were the only ones there, and told them we probably should leave, and then we went outside and talked by my truck for another 45 minutes or so.
Based upon everything you had heard, was Charles coming in to see you, or was there some other reason he was in Arizona?
Charles was ecstatic to see JJ. He was coming to see JJ. He was so excited to take him to school the next morning. He was also coming to look for a place to live. He had an appointment to meet a realtor friend after he had taken JJ to school. And then he was also supposed to meet with Lori's brother, Adam.
So you and Charles have this evening on the 10th. Were you going to meet again?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up in the late afternoon after he got through with the things that I just said.
So did you have a set time for the next day?
Mm-mm.
Can you describe Charles? Was he a fit man? What was his size?
Very fit and into physical fitness. And while we were talking, I know that he was swimming. I got to go to the gym. And yeah, very, very fit, strong.
When you were talking with Charles on July 10th, that evening, let me ask first, do you recall about what time you ended up meeting him?
It was around 7. I got there first, but it was right around 7, between 7 and 7:15, I'd say.
And do you recall about how long you guys were together until you finally
Well,
left?
the restaurant closed at 10, and they were closed and no one else was there, so it was after that we left. And then, like I said, we stood by my truck and talked for another half hour, 45 minutes after that.
So a later evening.
Yes.
Can you tell us, you said that you understood he was going to go see his son. What was his demeanor about with regards to JJ and seeing his son?
Like a kid on Christmas morning. He was very excited to see JJ.
You had talked about his demeanor when he would talk about his wife. On that evening or ever, did you ever hear him swear or use derogatory names or anything like that towards Lori Vallow?
I was surprised with the details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom for JJ.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly so kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd, in a good way, it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you?
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had a life insurance policy?
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Did you understand whether or not any changes had been made by Charles to the life insurance policy?
He told me that he had changed his beneficiary to his sister, Kay, and as he was proceeding to tell me some of the things that were going on, I suggested to him that maybe he should let Lori know that he had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance to Kay.
Why would you tell him that?
Because of the things that he was describing to me and his concerns for his safety and the thought that money would come into play.
Do you recall where you were when you made that suggestion to Charles?
We were sitting at dinner at the Keg.
So this is on July 10th?
Correct.
What was his demeanor like when you told him that?
He kind of chuckled and said that he probably should. Said that was a good idea.
You told us that you don't know Lori Vallow, correct?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that you sort of have no beef in this case?
I have no beef in this case.
Do you know any of Charles's family back then?
No.
Any of Lori Vallow's family back then?
No.
When you, left Charles after talking in the parking lot that evening. You told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, to have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of 2019?
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No.
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone and I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not, and I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross.
Nancy Jo, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before, correct?
We have not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men? Naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611, harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions, testifying.
We'll sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential...
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. And
I'm
move to
sorry, Your
strike.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll
now.
just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight? Maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm can object to relevance again if there's a specific area.
Sustain.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
Wow. Wow. So right here we have a sidebar. Nancy Jo Hancock on the stand saying, "Do you want me to give a narrative?" Lori Vallow Daybell wants to get into specifics of what she talked about with Charles Vallow about Lori at the time. This is July 10th, 2019, and beyond before that. This is the most fiery cross-exam. I mean, this is contentious. This is the woman that was dating Charles Vallow. He was confiding in her. And right now we have a sidebar going on. And at some point, because we've seen this, you guys seen this for the first time, the jurors will be accused. So we're pretty much at the end. But wow, what a morning.
Well, and this is now we're getting to the point in the case where the state now is starting to present its case against Lori and the premeditation part. So we're learning now what Charles's demeanor was leading up to the day he was murdered. But this is also, I think, now proof that the state is trying to pave the way for the jury anyway and explain to them where Charles's mindset was. They bring in the woman who last technically saw him alive. Again, brief encounter, right? They only dated the one time the night before. And as Lori kind of indicated, you know, you guys talked about all of this in your one date. But again, now Lori is getting into her defense because you can see now we're getting into this whole.
Look at all the
what
arguments,
motive is.
though. The argumentative
It shouldn't
nature.
take too much longer. I'll have the jury wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear.
Okay, so a bit of a technical difficulty there. Court reporter trying to get something resolved with audio. The jurors have left the room. We're looking at the state seal right now. The question is, we know this is going to take some time. This cross-exam is nowhere near finished.
No. And I think she's gearing up for this. We're going to see a lot of this moving forward now because this is, I think, the personal side, the personal aspect.
All right,
to
please
the
be
state's
seated. The
case.
jury is no longer present. The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's
Yes.
what I recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door. If you want her to answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
How am I supposed to know what a lot of things are?
All right. If you want her to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll
No
bring
objection.
the jury back in and have her answer the question. All right. Let's bring the jury in.
Again, I know everybody's kind of watching this and thinking, you know, somebody had asked, you know, what is the point of all of this?
So many good quotes today.
Yeah.
The judge just said, that's a really big door that you're going to open, Lori. And so the jurors are coming back in. But as we know, there's a lot more cross to go. They're going to go to lunch in a moment. She wants to ask about specifics. So if you get into those specifics, that brings up what was Charles concerned about the months prior to his death, what he was claiming Lori was saying about him being possessed by Ned Schneider and being a dark spirit, and her alleged threats to him. This was filed in the divorce proceedings.
Mhm.
So you open that door, then we're going to get into the light spirits and the dark spirits and the belief system at some point.
Yeah.
Say it again, Robert. Okay. All right. So we are in the lunch recess. As you guys can see, the state seal. We are going to get ready to talk to our panel of experts. If you're just joining us right now, Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here covering the Doomsday murder trial with Special Projects executive producer George Obi. Guys, we will come back to this at 2 p.m. is when the stream for you guys will start. The cross exam will continue. It is getting very, very interesting, very intense in the courtroom. I would call it a catty cross exam. And here we have joining us Mel McDonald, a retired judge and prosecutor with Maricopa County Superior Court and the County Attorney's Office. We have Rachel Smith, special prosecutor on the Idaho case against Lori Vallow Daybell in 2023. Benjamin Taylor, a criminal defense attorney who was with us yesterday. Good to see you, Benjamin. And then we have a new guest today, Cresha Easton. She is the daughter of Kay Woodcock, also the niece of Charles Vallow. She's family and has been involved and been a part of this for the past 5 years now and more, and can give us a lot of insight on Lori. Whoever wants to go ahead right off the bat, you know what? I'm going to start off with Cresha, since you're our new special guest here. Watching your former aunt go after Nancy Jo Hancock and tell her, ask her, is it normal for you to date married men? It's a lot more complex than that, this whole saga with Charles and Lori's separated relationship at the time.
She has a lot of nerve, doesn't she? I think she does. I'm hearing a little feedback, so just don't know why. Let me turn this off.
All good.
Anyways, yeah, that was very weird. And I don't know what her deal is. Like, she was cheating on her husband with another married man. And so it's like, hi, pot, I'm kettle. I just want to hold a mirror up to her so many times. It's crazy.
Okay, yeah, you make a true point there, because you make a true point there because Lori Vallow Daybell was having an affair with Chad Daybell at the time. Let's go to Rachel Smith. What do you think of the morning so far?
It's exactly what we expect. Is as things get more personal, Lori's going to get more combative. She's showing she's really aware of what's going on. She has definitive things she wants to get across. And if the witness isn't giving her what she wants, she's responding and fighting back. I think we've also seen a great deal of patience from the judge with her. He is not yelling at her. He is not being really difficult. He's allowing her to go where she can. And even I saw it was really interesting, and I couldn't help but laugh when he saw her doing something that's kind of a big red flag that a lot of lawyers would not choose to do. He took a sidebar. He cautioned her against it. He cautioned her again, and then she just opened that door wide open. And of course, Trina Kay did not object to that. So I'll be very interested to see what comes.
Yeah, Lori said, how am I supposed to know about the specifics if I don't ask this question? So, Rachel, what happens from here? Let's say she does. She's open. She's going to ask this question about her narrative, what Charles was talking about. What happens then? What do you see?
What is very possible is Trina Kay's going to do an analysis. Charles clearly said things to Nancy and others that were very negative about Lori that have not yet come before this jury. And so when Lori opens the door like that, it does get some of those statements in, especially if they provide context, if they help explain the other statements Lori's let in. So Trina's going to be doing an analysis. Do I need this? Just because I can ask those questions, should I? Even though the defendant's made a mistake. So we're going to see the prosecutor's sort of mindset when she stands back up and says, what else did Charles tell you?
Benjamin, what do you think of the defense so far? And we got to hear a little bit about, or we did see the cross-exam on Daniel Coons, the Chandler police detective who's now retired. And Lori Vallow Daybell is getting into his testimony and saying, you don't know exactly who shot Charles, do you? Even though it was just her and Alec in that room. What do you think of her defense today?
I mean, Lori's just trying to establish that the Chandler officer doesn't know what he was talking about, doesn't know where the bullet came from, wasn't there. So she has to prove self-defense. And the way that she can do that is by saying that you weren't there, Chandler officer, and you have no idea how the shooting occurred. And maybe it really was self-defense. So, I mean, she's trying her best what she's doing, but I don't know if the jurors are buying it. The Chandler officer came across pretty intelligent. It seemed like he knew what he was doing. And the prosecutor came back and was able to set the standards and show this is where the bullet came from, this is how it happened, and this is how the shooting actually happened.
All right, let's go to the judge. Mel, you talked about cross-exam. You're looking forward to this and seeing more of the personal aspects in this case. We got it today.
Yes. Every day, Lori convinces me more and more the adage that if you represent yourself, you've got a fool for a client. She is doing, in my view, so much damage. One, she's coming across as very bright. She's very intelligent. Two, she is very savvy. But what she's doing, I mean, the judge is basically warning her, you're opening these doors, which I think is wise, because on an appeal, if she's convicted, he gave her ample warning, and she's not going to listen to anybody other than herself and go in her own direction. I think right now we're starting to open up the heart of the case against her. We're going to see through this first time date the night before how troubled and concerned Charles Vallow was. It keeps striking me every time she refers to the death of her husband. Time and again, she refers to her husband, but the picture is going to be in this case, she didn't consider him her husband. He was a dark spirit. And overall, I just think it's each day that she continues to participate, she does some very good job in questioning, but I think she is building up a picture for the jury that ultimately is going to be devastating for
her. She's showing them that she really may not know what she's doing. She did ask some questions to Detective Coons, and she asked if he knew that Charles and Alex were basically best friends and that they golfed together, and we're still wondering what that relevance is. Alex Cox still the one who did shoot and kill Charles and not call 911 for 45 minutes. That's on the police report. But let's get back to Nancy Jo Hancock. Let's listen to this soundbite where Lori asked Nancy about Charles's divorce proceedings. Stop 5.
So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men? Naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm sure he did.
Again, 611, harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
What an exchange there. Kresha, your mother, Kay Woodcock, will take the stand at some point. What is that going to be like for her to go through something like that if a cross-exam will indeed happen? Unmute your mic. Mic is unmuted. Okay, I would love to hear what Kresh has to say. We're going to figure that out. Rachel, let's talk about the objections there. Argumentative, harassment. What did you take from that? And Lori asks, don't I have the right to cross-examine her on what she's testified to? And the judge repeats her question as an answer. He can't help her.
Right. No, Lori was harassing the witness. Lori's questions weren't relevant. The prosecutor's objections were appropriate and timely. And I think to the Judge Mel's point that this is showing her inexperience as an attorney, not knowing how to deal with objections, not knowing how to get information like that out without drawing objections. So her attitude, her demeanor, her entire persona in the courtroom is really doing her a disservice. And I also really thought it was good for the prosecutor to not pull her punches and to protect her witness, because witnesses don't want to come forward because they don't want to be harassed. They don't want to be painted in bad light. And a prosecutor, when you let your witness get treated poorly, you just send a message to other people not to come forward. So Trina K is to be applauded for politely, respectfully protecting her witnesses' rights.
Okay, Kresha, I think we have you on. Go ahead and tell us your thoughts.
I'll try. Can you hear me? I just
Yes.
want to make sure.
You're good.
Okay. I'm my own worst enemy sometimes. Well, I mean, I forgot what the question was. I just have so many things.
Your mother's going to
that.
take the stand and get to experience this, and she's been waiting for this for years, and we just got a sample of it from someone who didn't know Charles as well as your mother.
Right. My mom, the day she found out that Lori was pro se and that she would be, questioning her, I took it like I was offended by it. Like I thought like, oh my God, she has so much audacity. But my mom, I have a voicemail from my mom and she is elated. And I'm just, it threw me off big time because I was like, oh, but she's been looking forward to this too. I mean, there's a lot that Lori has done and is convicted for, thanks in part by Rachel Smith. Thank you again. But I mean, it's been a long time coming. And I think that a lot of this goes back to the resentment that she holds for my mom. My mom had nothing to do with Charles changing the life insurance beneficiary at all. And I mean, Lori can never admit her wrongs or her guilt. She's a narcissist through and through. So this is crazy to watch. And I'm glad that Nancy Jo is holding her ground. Oh my God. It's just really good to finally put a face, to the name that's been in the report. So.
And Charles only changed the beneficiary after he had reported that his account had been hacked in some way. And he called the life insurance company, Banner Life Insurance. And so he wasn't even going to change the beneficiary until that happened. We have a question from the comments here asking if her team, her counsel, can sort of talk her down as she gets all, fired up. And I want to ask Benjamin, just what can the counsel do here to just guide her in the right direction?
So Lori has advisory counsel, but ultimately under the law, she's her own attorney. So she can do and say whatever she wants as far as her being an attorney. The advisory counsel is there just to give her advice and help her, and they can try to calm her down, but she's her own person. So we all here have had clients where they kind of going off the rail. You try to calm them down, but once they start talking, sometimes you can't quit. The train just keeps going, and the train here right now for Lori Vallow is keep going. And one of the main things you learn in law school is never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. So, and she's about to ask the question that she has no idea what she's going to say, and she's going to get hurt. And the judge is trying to warn her. And Rachel mentioned this earlier, that don't ask that question. I mean, the judge is trying to say, hey, step back, Lori. But now, once we come back from the break, you're going to hear this witness go into everything that Charles said, and it's not going to be good for Lori. So all the advisory council can do is try to do their best to calm her down. But Lori is her own person. She's her own attorney, and she's going to do what she's going to do in this case.
Mel, what do you think is going through the mindset of Judge Boreski right now during this break?
Well, I think the judge has been remarkably patient. I think he's bending over backwards to try to warn her in the direction she's going. You couldn't have had a better warning than asking her if she's really serious about opening the door. If I was the paralegal during the luncheon break, I would urge her to back off this. You're opening a door and you're going to create nothing but future problems for yourself. But again, I don't think she's going to listen. I think what this presentation this week has shown me is that one, Lori is very bright, but two, she is aggressive. She talks back to the judge a couple of times. In her opening statement, she was called out. And Lori's going to do it her own way. And I rather suspect that she's getting all the theater, she's getting all of this publicity, all of these cameras in the courtroom. She's already looking at severe sentences out of Idaho. And she is again reinforcing the belief that she's a fool for representing herself. She's asking a lot of random questions. She goes over the same questions over and over. And if I'm sitting on that jury, I'm going to get a little bit tired of her demeanor, her talking back at the judge, her rambling on. She makes comments often after every question. She is the poster child for why you shouldn't represent yourself.
Wow. Rachel, I got to ask you, where is she trying to go with this narrative of the relationship between Tylee and Charles and some sort of animosity? How would you counter what she's saying there in redirect?
And redirect, it depends on what I was confident this witness would say or remembered. You've got to remember that Tylee was a teenager. Of course, she had arguments. She's trying to set it up that there was extreme animosity between Charles and Tylee, such that Alex felt the need to defend Tylee and Lori. So Lori is trying to set that up. She's created the specter in the past that situations were caused by Tylee and that Tylee caused issues and that Charles didn't respond appropriately. So that's what she's trying to do. On redirect, if this witness knew, I would make sure they knew that Charles helped and co-signed for Tylee's Jeep. Charles helped Tylee financially. Charles supported Tylee in her various health problems. Tylee was a daughter to Charles. And so I would go over those things if this witness knew that. I wouldn't go too deep, but I would counter that with Tylee did not cause this situation. Charles would never have attacked Tylee. And I would make it really clear that this is just a tactic that Lori's using to deflect blame or minimize what Alex and she did.
Yeah, let's listen to that full exchange, SOT 6.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes.
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter, Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter, Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
Kresha, I have to ask you about the family dynamic and what it was like back then. I mean, 5-6 years ago, obviously Tylee was 16 years old. She was young, and this was a blended family. But just what do you remember? And this person you're seeing in the courtroom, her attitude, her demeanor, Lori, is this the same person? Just describe her.
Lori has not been the same person, for sure, for me, since she walked into that Idaho courtroom for the first time when she was extradited from Kauai to Idaho for not producing her children within 5 days, when she was sitting poolside. But I mean, she was nothing like this. Nothing. I sit here and wonder, like, she really presented herself, the self that she wanted to show. Because I never saw any of these things in her before. I was reluctant, though, however, when they went to adopt my nephew. I don't know what it was. It was perhaps a gut feeling, but I didn't agree with it, but then I thought it was just me being selfish or whatever. But she's nothing like she was before. That person is the zombie. Her and her husband that sits on death row where she should be. They're both the zombies. They project all of their insecurities, all the things that they hate about themselves, in my opinion, onto their victims. She's doing it now. This is what she does.
Kresha, from what you know through your mother and yourself, Nancy spoke about it. Charles didn't speak negatively about his then wife, even though they were going through issues. She says he was kind, charming, and she was surprised that he didn't say anything terrible about her, demeaning.
Right.
What would you say about Charles and his attitude about Lori during these times?
He was very, just like she explained, he was not an unkind person. He was funny. He was corny. Like, he told the corniest jokes. I miss that. I appreciate those kind of jokes, and he just had a way of telling them. And I mean, he was chivalrous, he was generous, and Lori and her family, in my opinion, took advantage of that, of my uncle. And they must, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's really crappy because I know what happened because of the trials before. We know from all the things that have come out in the FOIA docs and everything like that, that they plotted, they plotted. And that was the first obstacle, in my opinion, was my Uncle Charles. She wanted his money or the lifestyle, because Chad, come on now, he was not a good writer at all. So she's right where she deserves to be. And sooner than later, her goose will be cooked on her own. And I'm here for it. And I cannot wait for her to fade into the background, because she really gets off to this. I really think.
You mean the attention and obviously the
Yes.
media attention. Mel, what do you expect to see with cross-exam in the afternoon session? Do you think she stays on this Nancy Jo Hancock for the rest of the afternoon?
Well, it's difficult to project what she is going to do. I think she's her own worst enemy. The part that keeps blowing me away when she is trying to attack her when the juror knows what Lori was doing. She's having an affair. She's having these wacko experiences, these demons that are in there. And she's trying to attack this woman who has gone out with him one time. And he opens up about the relationship, which you would expect to do when you're going out with somebody for the first time. Who are you? What's your life like? What are you going through? What was your relationship like? And in his mind, I can understand the divorce, whether the paperwork was filed or not. If I'm sitting on that jury, I'm going to think, what a joke. If the paper wasn't filed, the fact of the matter was that marriage was so over. He's changing beneficiaries to his policy. He's having this anxiety attack. She's saying these wacko things to him. I think this afternoon she is continuing to dig her own hole into the case. I suspect that by the end of the case, the jury is going to be so tired of her demeanor. And what a mistake. An attorney representing her and helping her to keep her mouth shut would have been 50 times better than what she's doing to herself.
Okay, Benjamin, let's say you're that attorney. What would you be telling her right now during the break?
Basically, I would say, get this witness off the stand. Any witness who's on the stand who could hurt your case, you want them off. You don't want to show like a battle between yourself and the witness, because the jurors don't like that. The witnesses have no horses in the race. They're just there to pretty much sit there, recall the story. And with Lori battling this witness, doesn't make Lori look good. And the jurors, they judge her based upon what she's saying and how she's acting. And she's having her own little side conversations every time the witness, explains the relationship she had with Charles and the date. But Lori keeps talking, keeps making these sidebars, and this isn't going to help her. So I'm her advisory counsel, her attorney. I'm like, get this witness off the stand and let's move on to the next witness so we can have another battle, another day, instead of having this witness beat up on us and hurt our case.
You're saying let's punt the ball right now and let's live to see another series, not let this get out of control, basically. Rachel.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. You had to punt this ball and go on to the next witness.
Rachel, you're an expert on this, and it's this case, as far as the divorce, I want to know about the reasoning between Chad and Lori, why they couldn't just divorce their spouses if they wanted to be together. In your research of this fantasy world, what did you learn? Oh, she'll be fine.
One, if there was a divorce, she's not going to get the insurance money. Two, religious wise, they had these people that they were trying to convince to do things for them, and they were trying to create that new church, that new group. And so one of the principles was that divorce really wasn't an option. So this was part and parcel of some of the doctrines and information that Chad was trying to spread and teach, but it also had a monetary benefit. If she could divorce Charles, that cuts down on the life insurance, that cuts down on the Social Security, and she's going to have to share custody of JJ. So there's a lot of reasons why they didn't want a divorce, and the religious piece is a small part of that. It was part of that manipulation, that those tools they were using, but in reality, it had much more to do with the money.
Oh, so it really wasn't about them being married in a past life and not wanting to get divorced for any religious reason, because I was always confused about that.
Yeah, I mean, Chad and Lori will tell people that was one of the things, that they didn't want to be divorced and that they've been together in the past, in the future, and in the eternity. I mean, they've been married as various forms of, various high profile, important people. That was part of the teachings that they had. But the real reason, when you get down to it, it's really just boring. It's money. It's that age old, she wanted his money.
So all the money they could get, because if you think about it, she was unemployed, and Chad, was he working? He wasn't. He was like semi-working.
Chad was selling some books, but not much. His wife was the primary breadwinner. If he was clearing $60,000 a year, which in Lori's lifestyle was not enough, it wasn't enough to sustain them. So they needed Chad, Tammy, Tylee, and JJ gone, but in a way that benefited them financially.
And I knew he was writing books. I wasn't sure how much money he was actually making off these books. I know she was a fan years before. I mean, did it seem like either one of them was the leader in charge, or was it a 50-50 thing?
It was really a mutual situation. They manipulated each other in a very back and forth way. Chad was often the sort of the idea person, the doctrine person, the person who put forward plans. Lori's the one who helped get it done and helped get people to get things done. So it was a very sort of symbiotic relationship.
And in today's session, in the morning session, we know that Nancy testifies that she told Charles, you should let her know about the beneficiary change. And maybe that would help his case because he feared for his safety. I want to listen to this exchange coming from prosecutor Trina Kane. She's asking about how Nancy learned that Charles wasn't even alive anymore. Nancy thought that she was getting ghosted after the date. Let's take a listen to SOT 4.
That evening, you told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of 2019?
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No.
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone and I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not. And I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
So it took months for Nancy Jo Hancock to learn that the guy she dated had been shot and killed. She just thought, well, I'm not talking to him anymore. And after he was killed, Kresha took your family time to find out about his death. Your mom and her husband had to find out on Google. There were so many different narratives. I know that Lori had told JJ's school that he had committed suicide. She had said that he had a heart attack, I believe, to her son Colby. There were so many different statements made about his death. And the jury's going to find all of this out of how the message was given to different people. Mel, what's going to happen then when they learn this?
This person that has been asking these questions every day that they're looking at and measuring the demeanor, I think it's going to be overwhelming. I was so impressed by this witness today. Her sincerity, a sweet, wonderful woman, single, meeting this guy, getting to know him, and the feeling of rejection that he doesn't even have the decency to return my call the next day. I'm reaching out. And the horror of finding out months later that she was probably one of the last people with him, and the information that she had gathered, and then to have the good sense to reach out to law enforcement to let them know what had happened. I think this is really the beginning of the overwhelming emotional aspect of this case. I know that Rachel, with her experience in Idaho, it probably went through the same kind of procedure. You get the technical stuff over with, you get the officers at the same, but this is the beginning of the emotionally gripping part of the case. And then when these text messages come in, when this wacky revelation stuff comes in, I'm going to be fascinated as to how Lori is going to cross-examine these witnesses when that information is coming out.
Yeah, the door is opening. Surely. I want to ask Ben this, and then I want to go to Rachel on the same question. Sometimes it is just the simple witness, and I mean simple in a way is the testimony that relates to other human beings. It's not so technical, and it's just this is what happened. This is what I experienced with this, and really brings up more questions or suspicion. I mean, would you agree?
Yes, these jurors who are sitting in the juror box listening to this evidence, they're normal people. They go to work every day and they're here just listening to this evidence. And Mel is right. They're emotional, and if they hear emotional evidence, this is going to affect them. So when they go back in the jury room to decide, whether or not Lori Vallow is guilty or not guilty, that they're going to weigh this evidence that Nancy, this witness, said today, and the emotions she showed, and they're going to see how Lori Vallow, how she's showing her emotions and how she's acting, and they can judge a witness and just say, hey, this is a really credible witness. This witness is doing a great job, is telling the story, and we don't really believe what Lori Vallow is saying. So emotions, credibility is a high factor whenever the jurors decide on a case to vote guilty or not guilty at the end of the case.
And Rachel, all she's doing is telling her truth.
Yeah, that witness is sort of a prosecutor's dream. They're just authentic, normal, honest person who came forward and told the truth about the last hours of someone's life. There's only sympathy and empathy in that jury for someone like this, and it's a really bad strategy call to try to go after somebody who has already hurt you, and it can only hurt you more. So I don't know whether it was the judge or Benjamin who said it, but Lori's making a mistake by keeping this lady around.
And we do notice that even someone who's a stranger to this, I mean, Nancy Jo Hancock's not part of the family, but she's getting emotional remembering how excited Charles was to see JJ the next day. For some reason, it triggers her some sort of emotion. Obviously, we know and we've seen photos of JJ and heard the stories. How could you not? Kresha, I mean, what's it like seeing him play a role in this? He's not been here, rest in peace to JJ Vallow, but his name is being brought up.
I mean, it's the same as it was for Uncle Charles. Tylee and JJ, and Charles and Tammy, all of their names, they have all spoke from their grave, so to speak. They've all been the driving factor in the center of all these cases. That's where it started. That's the heart of the whole matter. That's why we're here. That's why I saw law enforcement. It affected them. You could see it. I just wanted to go and hug them and just say thank you, because nobody should have to deal with all this. Nobody. Lori is the reason that we are here. She's half the reason. I really think that Chad should be here too. That's just me. It's nothing, no shade on anybody, but I mean, they were co-conspirators in my opinion. And I mean, I love hearing my relatives' names be brought up, and it hurts, yes, but it's necessary. It's necessary to have these difficult conversations to, kind of get through this, because it's not at all what they went through. It's like the least I can do is just carry this on, the best we can. It's not easy.
Kresha, you bring up a valid point, because Chandler police did recommend a murder conspiracy charge for Chad Daybell as well, but the county attorney's office declined for no reasonable likelihood of a conviction. Rachel, I don't tell me about that process and what the challenge is for the county attorney's office there, because people do wonder, why is Chad not charged as well in this case?
Well, and that's the challenge when you have somebody who is obviously the person who pulled the trigger, who's no longer available. So, in order to pull someone into the conspiracy, you have to have evidence, not just that they wanted somebody gone, but that they took an active step or some sort of contribution to further the conspiracy. And in Arizona, the prosecutors looked at their evidence and they decided there wasn't enough evidence to say that Chad contributed to the conspiracy. Mere words, such as they aren't typically enough to charge someone with such a serious crime. And so I think we're seeing the use of prosecutorial discretion, saying, look, we don't ethically think we have enough to put it in front of a jury. And because we don't ethically have enough to convict him, we're not going to go forward. That is one of the toughest ethical calls a prosecutor could make. And it's very clear that the prosecutors in Maricopa said, look, we're not going to just go after somebody because we intellectually know we did it, because everybody wants us to. We're going to follow the rules, we're going to follow the ethics, and we're going to follow the evidence.
Yeah, in their world, county attorney's office, the prosecutors on this case most likely know Chad's influence on this is heavy, but he was in Idaho when this happened on July 11, 2019. The only people at the scene, Lori and Tylee and Alex Cox and JJ in the car, those are the people present. Lori Vallow Daybell is the only one alive. Mel, what are your thoughts on just what we're going to see here next? And I want to know if there's a tactic to calling Nancy Joe up to have her on the stand, even though Lori Vallow Daybell may think that she's getting her points across, but we just got from really technical, and then now the prosecutor brings up someone that she may have known, okay, this could agitate Lori.
Yeah, Lori would have done well to listen to Benjamin Taylor's advice. That cross-examination should have been on and off after about 5 or 6 witnesses. There is nothing that she's going to get from this witness that is going to help her case. So there are a few things that she may not know, but the combative nature to try to go after somebody that went through this trauma of having gone out with the guy, having her feelings hurt because he wouldn't take her call the next day, from the conversation the night before, she had reason to be concerned because his soon-to-be or his wife at the time was a whack job. I think it will go on this afternoon, and Lori will continue to take out the shovel and dig her own grave. Nothing can come out of this from her aggressive nature. She's now apparently opened the door to do other damage. From an appellate standpoint, now that she's opened the door, an appellate court isn't going to criticize the judge because he warned her, you're opening this door. And I think we're going to see more damage this afternoon. So she probably should have had Benjamin sitting at the table with her with super glue and tape to put over her mouth and say, shut up, we're done.
Okay, which leads me to my final question. This last round, I'm going to ask all of you. Ben, will Lori Vallow Daybell testify on her own behalf?
I think she has to. I mean, this is a self-defense case, and to prove self-defense, you have to pretty much get on the stand and tell your side of the story and tell the jurors why this was self-defense and why you feared for your life. Whether or not the jurors believe her or not, only time will tell, but I believe that she has to testify in order for her to even have a chance in this case. Because right now, the witnesses are just pretty much hammering her and hammering her and hammering her. And she's trying her best on cross-examination, but I don't know if she's getting the right punches and the right jabs in to get points. So I think at the end of the day, she's gonna have to throw that Hail Mary and testify. And maybe you might have 1 or 2 jurors who are sympathetic to have a hung juror. And if she has a hung jury, that we do this all over again. Wow. But it's gonna be up to her be able to try to get 1 or 2 jurors to be hung or not guilty, but ultimately she has to testify in order to save herself in this case if she wants to.
And then open herself up to cross-exam by Trina K. Rachel Smith, what would you do with that if you were standing there?
Yeah.
It's something we really, really hoped for in Idaho. There was lots of planning and discussion on how we were going to handle it. You certainly would try to get this Lori, which I'm not surprised by, because Lori was meek and mild at times in the courtroom in Idaho, but behind the scenes, she was not. Her phone calls with Chad were this level of spicy and fight. So she did a nice job of portraying a persona in Idaho. So I think, you know, you hope for that persona, you hope for that combative argument, you hope for that to come out and cross. But I'm going to disagree with Benjamin. Maybe we can do a little pool. I don't think Lori's going to testify. Lori likes to be in charge. Lori likes to be in control, and she's not going to want to answer Trina's questions. I think she's going to try to quote unquote testify in closing argument, so we can see whether it actually happened.
Krisha, what do you think?
I mean, I have to go with Rachel here. I really do. I've gone back and forth. At first, I thought that she would for sure testify. She did an interview not too long ago, which was after the Dateline interview, which it knocked me off kilter, because I mean, she was just not being as obnoxious, as condescending as she was with Keith Morrison. But in this interview that she did with that other station, I found out afterwards that that Lori's defense is actually who contacted them for this interview, and that threw me off even more, because I mean, usually don't defense attorneys usually say shh, to be quiet and not to open yourself up. So it's really shocking. She really wants to talk. She really wants to get her story out there. She wants to testify. And so I do go back and forth with this. If she does, though, like Rachel said, I think that she would do it closing just like she did with opening, pretty much. Somewhat. She tried to.
All right,
And she does during the questioning her own witnesses. They've already had to admonish her for that. So
All right, Mel, bring us home.
Well, my thought is I've gone both ways on this. I think the fact that she's acting as her own attorney and what she said before at the beginning of the case about not testifying, I will only say this: if she testifies, if I'm in intensive care with a heart disease or something, I want you to tell the staff, bring the televisions in. I don't want to miss that cross-examination. This is going to be theater at its best. With her ego, I don't know whether she can stand not to take the stand. Right. And I think that probably people are telling her, don't be more foolish than you've already been. But if she takes a stand, I'm going to be there if it's even in a hospital bed.
Mel, you're just bringing it this week, man. Hey, it's going to be a game time decision, I think. Hey, thank you guys for joining us. You guys are awesome as always. And Krisha, just so everyone knows, the background in your room, love always wins. That is what Charles said. That was a quote of his. You have pictures up of your family, including Charles. You have JJ. You got Tylee there. That's what it's about right now, the victims in this saga. And so thank you guys again for joining us. We appreciate the time, as does everyone here.
Thank you.
All right. Obi. Yeah, we got some time left, but man, a lot of insight there, and we went from slow to fiery this morning.
Yeah, well, first of all, what a great panel. Yeah, I mean, we're getting into this point of the trial where this is now at the meat of the state's case, and this is one of a number of witnesses that we'll see, and I am curious, much like our legal panel here, to figure out how she's going to navigate this, and who is advising Lori on how to navigate this. How much longer will she cross-examine Nancy?
Yeah, why does it benefit her? Like Benjamin said, how is it going to help your case? Like all she's telling you is what happened that night.
And Mel has brought it up a few times about her demeanor and whether or not, that if you're a defense, you want the jury to pick up on that. Again, Lori was warned yesterday at the end of court by the judge, look, your personal comments after your questions or after the witness answers, you need to stop doing that. She said, yes, I will stop doing that. She did it several times again today. The judge said, look, you need to stop doing that. She even apologized. I just feel like we're seeing this is her personality. And I think for all
That's
of
just
us,
who she is, right?
right. If we're not lawyers, it's very difficult to maybe turn off, who we are and become a different person. And especially on a stage like this, I agree with Mel. I think the jury picks up on it real easily.
Yeah.
I think they all see it
We're
like
humans, right?
yes, and
We're
this
watching
is
each
the
other.
human we're dealing with. You're
Mhm.
getting a look inside the window of who Lori is as she's acting as her own defense attorney, and fascinating to watch on the outside looking in. But for the jurors, it's not exactly what you want them to see.
And this Nancy Joe testimony, it's overshadowing the end of the Daniel Coons testimony, and Lori crosses him on the logistics and what he, how he investigated the scene. We talked about the bamboo fabric. I didn't know this bamboo fabric of Charles's shirt and a shored wound, and how the shirt may be responsible, or what her suggestion is. There was a lot there where, like, back to Mel and back to our panel, and what is she going for in her questioning? She doesn't have the law experience. Let's listen to SOT 2, though, Lori cross-examining Coons.
Were you aware, Detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know their relationship.
Did you know that they hung out and played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh, I guess.
My follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
In all of your investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you learn in your investigation that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Yeah, that's when we were like, okay, the tone is different today. And she seems like she's prepared, obviously. Whether you agree with her question or not, she was, she had a list ready to go based off yesterday.
She has. And a lot of objections just in that exchange. We've heard a lot of objections from Trina Kay, the prosecutor in this case, throughout the morning, trying to. Part of it might be for show, just to show the jury that Lori is inexperienced at all of this, but to Trina's objection that none of this. What is the relevance of any of this? Like whether they're good friends or not. We've seen people murder their best friends
exactly.
before.
Their husband, their wife, significant other. We've seen crimes happen between people.
Yeah.
So
it's not uncommon. Like whether they're good friends, bad friends, acquaintances, whatever, a shooting's a shooting. And, you get into the self-defense portion of it, I get, but like the jury at the end of the day that's not going to make or break the case. And Trina could let it slide, I'm sure, but, doesn't want that part of it to go off the rails, and trying to keep Lori kind of in that center lane mode because obviously Trina knows what's coming down the pipeline. She knows that Nancy's up next.
And as we've talked about, more challenging for a prosecutor when you're going up against the pro se. Thinks they know what they're doing, but the relevance of them being best friends, or it's like saying, oh, he was on my Instagram close friends list. Do you know that? Like, what does it matter? And
maybe to Benjamin's point too, you don't really want to get into an argument, right? Ben mentioned it earlier. You never want to ask a question you don't know the answer to, but you don't want to get into like a personal verbal spat with your witnesses. Yeah, treat them as a hostile witness. Totally understand that. But if you start making it more about a personal issue, right? And this is an extraordinary incident because an extraordinary case because again, Lori's representing herself, but you don't want them to see that because I feel like if you let the jury know that it's become personal, then they start being more invested in what your motive or potential motive would have been on this.
The theme for this afternoon: opening the door. We're gonna see how wide that
digging
door
her
opens.
Own grave, if you will.
We're gonna see what that's gonna look like with this cross-examination. That's in about 30 minutes for you all. If you guys need to watch anything back, all you got to do is just scrub back on this feed that we're doing right now. You can listen to testimony, cross-examination, listen to us in the panel. We're uploading stuff on our YouTube channel right now. As long as you guys are subscribed and you're here, you guys are in the right place. I want to thank you guys for watching. We are going to take a break. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here, joined by Special Projects EP George Obi. We are back for the afternoon session, just minutes away, and we cannot wait to see how Vallow Daybell continues her cross-examination of the star witness today, Nancy Jo Hancock. As we spoke to our legal experts on the panel, sometimes just a person that you can relate to. This person dated Charles Vallow for a little bit, went to dinner with him one night, not too far away in the East Valley. They had a great time. The next day, she doesn't hear from him again. Months later, she finds out that he was shot and killed. Crazy story.
Crazy story. She mentions how she met him on a dating app about a week before. They decided they were going to, get together. They go to a restaurant. She describes...
They talked the night away.
Yeah.
Had a great
testimony,
time.
they spoke at length, apparently, about, at least Charles did, about his life, about his marriage to Lori. I was surprised that Nancy described their conversations. Charles spoke highly of Lori, did not disparage her at all, and she learned a lot about Charles' relationship, learned a little bit about maybe a pending divorce, but obviously Charles spoke well about JJ. Sounds like Charles was excited to pick up JJ.
He was happy, yeah, very happy and excited to see his son. And like you said, did not say anything negative about Lori. This is according to Nancy Jo, but there's a lot behind the curtain where we're getting into, as we said, opening that door because Lori Vallow Daybell wants to ask her specifics. And our criminal defense attorney on the panel, Benjamin Taylor, says there's really no need to keep her on the stand. And so we're going to see how long Lori continues to cross-examine. We'll get into redirect and then who's next, because this is the 6th witness. We're on day 3. We have 14 jurors left. We already have a motion to dismiss. It has been a busy week in court. We've gone through a lot of technical stuff. And Nancy is instrumental in talking about how Charles really cared about his family, cared about Lori, but it doesn't seem like he was so sure of what he was going to do. Divorce, like she knew that he was in the process of it. We know through our records in the timeline he had by that time canceled the divorce paperwork as far as going forward, and they were going to reconcile, but they were still estranged. It was complicated. Literally, relationship status. It's complicated.
Right. And look, if you're on a date with someone for the first time, are you going to spend all this time talking about how how bad your current wife is and how stressed out you are? I mean, he's clearly trying to, at least again, according to Nancy, trying to kind of put on a brave face and not make it so depressing. Again, you're going out to dinner with a woman you've basically just met, and it's not unheard of to think that he might hide some of the reality from her.
He may have wanted someone to confide in.
Sure.
He wasn't as close to Lori at the time, probably not having those nice, intimate conversations with someone who's supposed to be her wife. And at this time, Lori Vallow Daybell is full on in an affair with Chad Daybell. We know that through the whole Idaho case. But at this time, Charles does not find out until later in the summer, until late June, because he sees a letter, a forged letter, basically. Lori is asking Chad, as Charles, under the guise of Charles, to write his biography and we'll fly you out. That's where things get even more twisted and more tumultuous, and then it leads into July 11, 2019. So we have Charles Vallow concerned about his marriage, concerned about his safety, because according to him, he's been threatened by Lori, and she's saying that she's a god and all of these things. So definitely a strange and bizarre, dark time for him, and who would have thought that the next day he would be shot and killed. So Nancy Jo Hancock, I don't think she expected to be, this type of witness on the stand today that would be doing more than saying what happened that night. But now I think a lot of people are reacting to this and saying, wow, she's holding her ground. She's standing up to Lori, who's a convicted killer, who some would say is a hypocrite. A lot of people would say.
Yeah. I mean, again, knowing that she herself was, behind Charles's back, was doing these things, and then to find out that Nancy learned 6 months later that Charles had been killed, and she learned about it on the news.
Yeah, and she said that she watched it in December of 2019. So I'm just going to take an educated guess. I know we covered it right in late December 2019, right before Christmas. So that may have been it, where she saw, at that time, JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan are missing. Nancy knows who JJ is. Nancy knows who Tylee is. And then she finds out that Charles has been killed. And then she sees that now at this point, December 2019, Lori Vallow is married to Chad Daybell, and they are persons of interest. So it is 2:00 right now. We're about to get underway here in the courtroom.
Yeah. She's going to retake the stand here, and again, our panel of experts are going to be surprised to see how long.
We're on the record, State
how
of
much
Arizona
longer
versus
she's
Daybell,
cross-examined.
CR
Let's take a look.
2021-001704. The prosecuting attorneys present, the defendants present, will continue with the cross. Was there something before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
Miss Hancock, you said that you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show, and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or?
I did.
Social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding. I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No.
Did they ask you for them?
No.
Okay. Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay?
Yes, to Ms. Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time, probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once.
How long was that meeting?
An hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No.
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
Yes, but only because I ran into him at my grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him? To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot this until right now. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
Can I object, Your Honor, to
That's a question.
argumentative harassment?
Argumentative.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
One message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back, and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then? Maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other message, but it was just one interaction, and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
Okay, when?
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was.
And how did you know who he was?
Because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was?
Brandon Boudreau.
In relation to me?
She knows the story, and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreau.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
Well, I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. But you met him? Or
I don't know that I even met him. I was there he was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Miss K? Not that she's law enforcement, but did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's. I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
And when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview, and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffat and your first communications with Ms. K, how much time passed in between there?
With Trina K?
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so.
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
Well, he was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just to recap, you said that you met my husband Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Give or take a day.
And you went on a date with him on July 10th?
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Okay. And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that correct?
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later, is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away, and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just...
Thank you. That's enough. I'm just recapping here. And you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. I'll overrule. Go ahead.
Yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020. Is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay.
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
Okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away. Is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. You, did you reach out to the police, or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was dead?
I reached out to the police. I was surprised, given that if they'd seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had had, and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay, and he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how that they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister?
Absolutely.
And you said you reached out to pay your condolences.
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV, and it was talking about a case, and his picture came on the screen, and shocked is an understatement, yes.
In terms of talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you was accurate?
No.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you?
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask-answer format. There was, I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Okay. Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam, did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction
like
at this pickleball?
a week and a half ago.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball tournament with your grandkid, you say hi to him?
Basically.
You don't talk at all about the case?
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure. Okay. Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was, and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles told me this?
Absolutely not.
When you and I met, did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this right. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
Did I indicate to you to just tell the truth?
You told me to tell the truth.
Whatever that was.
Whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically a week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and just gregarious, big personality with his Southern accent.
You were asked a lot on cross about you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where this relationship was between Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed, and then he had recanted that. But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior to us meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said, sort of the whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay. And did you understand him to have even met with an attorney?
I believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at?
Yes.
And that's what you understood Charles to be at?
Yes, and I will say, after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including myself.
So even though you knew he was just barely starting now, did you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down. I think we have our white noise.
The jury asks questions?
Yep.
Okay, right now, redirect just wrapped up with Nancy Jo Hancock, and a juror has a question. Now, we may not hear the question. I would think we heard juror questions yesterday, so it would be nice to hear what the juror has to ask of this key witness here. If you guys are all watching, Justin Lumfox, an investigator here. We've been streaming day 3. A lot has gone on today. Lori Vallow Daybell finished her cross. It wasn't too long. I thought she would go longer, but she got done a little bit earlier. And so after this, we'll get the juror's question, see what Nancy has to say, and then we would move on to the 7th witness. We've had 6 witnesses so far. This is the first civilian witness. We know from the state's witness list that there are 5 civilian witnesses, including Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister, and the grandmother of J.J. Vallow. We know that there are friends included on that list that were part of Lori Vallow Daybell's inner circle and in contact with not just her, but Chad Daybell, the so-called Doomsday Prophet. And so they will give the jury insight into what these two were teaching and believing at the time back in 2019. So right now you're getting a look there at Nancy Jo Hancock patiently waiting on the stand for this question. We have had a busy day. She has had a busy day. You talk about the energy in the courtroom tense, to say the least, as a woman who you never met. She never met Lori Vallow Daybell. She's heard all the stories and seen all the stories. And at the time, you got to think about, what is she thinking years later, knowing what she knew then through Charles Vallow telling her about his marital issues. But still, she says he spoke of her kindly and hoped that maybe they could figure it out, and really trying to save the marriage for J.J. Vallow. That was the motivator for Charles Vallow, to keep him safe, keep him taken care of, and hope that he would have that mother figure, that adoptive mother in Lori Vallow Daybell. Little does anyone know in that jury box that months later, Lori Vallow would murder JJ, as well as her daughter, Tylee Ryan. So we're going to stay here on the courtroom. We should figure out exactly what this question is in a moment from this juror. Are we getting any audio levels? Nothing. Okay, well, she's obviously not listening. Just from what I'm seeing, she's looking down, waiting. But we'll stand by.
Ever expressed to you verbally any indications of stress?
Definitely. He was very worried that.
I think we'll just keep it with a yes/no answer for this question. Does the defense have follow-up based on that juror question? Does the defendant have follow-up based on that juror question?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right, state.
No.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Okay, looks like some sort of sidebar is about to get underway. Trina K was about to call the 7th witness. Nancy Jo Hancock is done for the day. So that was quite a morning and early afternoon for her. We're just watching judges waiting, and we know that they're going to take a break at some point this afternoon. Question is, does it happen right now? But thoughts on Nancy?
Well, I mean, look, our panel was right that I guess Lori's co-counsel probably got in her ear during the break and said, "Look, we don't need to keep her on the stand much longer."
It was short.
Yeah.
As far as the follow-up questions, okay, now they're putting on the headset. So this is the sidebar going on right now.
We've explained this before. This is what they're doing now, and in cases like this, they put on these headsets, and the judge and both parties can interact with each other while still at their desks, but then white noise is heard in the courtroom, so nobody else can hear what's going on.
Yeah, so they go to the sidebar, and then that camera's on the seal right now. We're keeping track of that. But yeah, what a day. Nancy Jo Hancock just speaking her truth and what she learned about Charles Vallow in the limited time that she knew him. Lori Vallow Daybell and Cross asked her about her further communications with him, and she's like, I only knew him for a little while, because after that night, never spoke to him again. I didn't know he was dead.
Right.
So really, it sort of goes nowhere at the end of Cross, and like our legal expert said, it just didn't make sense to keep her there if you're Lori Vallow Daybell.
Yeah, and this was as even Mel McDonald pointed out, former Superior Court judge. This is not the kind of witness that you want on the stand if you're a defense.
She doesn't help.
No, if you're, this
doesn't help your case.
No, it's certainly. I mean, again, not in the eyes of the jury anyway. And again, you don't want to be or don't come across as standoffish. You don't want it to become personal or a circus. And so the lunch break may have been Lori's best friend at that point to maybe give her time to breathe, and her again co-counsel getting in her ear saying, "Look, we need to move on."
Okay, and you guys are looking at video from earlier with Nancy, just so you know, and don't be concerned. This is not happening right now. This is video of the cross-examination between Lori Vallow Daybell and Nancy Jo Hancock. She wanted to know how much she talked about her. What were the details said about her? And that would then open the door if they got into the details and concerns that Charles had.
Yeah.
I think right now we are in the official afternoon break.
Yeah, a little early today. Normally they take this later in the afternoon.
Usually it's 3 o'clock in real time, 3 o'clock Pacific. But looks like Judge Boreski has sent out the jury, and they will go to the 7th witness after this break. Not sure how long it will take. So that is the second civilian witness. No, this is the first civilian witness.
Yeah, first civilian witness. We've had, 2 officers, 2 firefighters. You had a detective, Coons, earlier this morning. They wrapped up his testimony from yesterday. They wrapped that up pretty early this morning, and then we were on to Nancy.
So they may be mixing it up now. Trina K may be obviously led with the technical stuff, with law enforcement breaking down the scene of the crime and the response, not just the response of police, but the response or lack of response by Lori Vallow Daybell, not calling 911, leaving the scene of the shooting, coming back in her demeanor. They've seen her on body camera video. They've seen the scene, and there's a indication that there wasn't a physical self-defense as far as blood evidence and things throughout the home. We've established that, and now you have this woman who has talked to Charles in depth leading up to the very morning and what he was concerned about in his issues.
Yeah, no bombshell from any of this yet. No, we've not learned really anything new leading up to this point. We may have gotten a better insight into what was said between Nancy and Charles on their date the night before. But again, up to this point, there's been no revelation that we didn't already know in our coverage, at least, and those who follow this case extensively. We haven't heard anything that we didn't already know. And which is fine, because again, the crime scene is what it is. The shooting, the evidence has already been out there. And so, like you said, now we're getting a little bit more personal, right? The state, in their case, right, because we're still in the state's case. These are their witnesses that they're bringing to the stand. They haven't provided anything that we didn't already know, but we expect there to be some of those elements in this trial when text messages and things like that are presented.
Why would you not call on Taylor Larson? Our expert and insider here, right? Why the guy that filed the divorce papers for Charles? I'm not saying there's anything wrong calling Nancy. That's great. We loved hearing from Nancy and what she learned about Charles. But Taylor was told by Charles, he says, and it's in the divorce paperwork, that Lori had threatened him and was saying these disturbing things religious-wise. And that if anything happened to Charles, he said, look to Alex and Lori. I would think that would be a witness you want to put on the stand, an actual lawyer in family law that filed that paperwork. But, I mean, there's a lot of evidence out there that they have to go through and a lot of witnesses. But, I mean, that's there, too. Months and months, 6-7 months before the shooting.
And we learned earlier this morning, or earlier in Nancy's testimony, that Charles didn't have anything bad to say about Lori. So here, and the jury may have picked up on that as well, as here's a guy the middle of a divorce, clearly has learned that his marriage is over. He knows his marriage is over with Lori. He's ready to get out. We learned also that, seemed a little stressed, but he spent the entire date, right? The first date with her, speaking highly of Lori, but also more excited that in the hours that would follow the date, he'd be able to pick up JJ from school. He's glad to be back in town and excited to see his boy. And so from her perspective, she clearly had no idea of the stress he was under and some of the things he was telling police on body cam about Lori leading up to their date and all that. Like she had no clue that he was going through any of this. And then again, as we learned, 5 months later, she learned on the news that he had been shot and killed just hours after their date.
By this time, during the time of the date, Charles has already been on police body cam twice in 2 incidents.
Yes.
With Gilbert police. This is
Gilbert
not even
police.
Chandler because he hasn't entered Chandler. He is not July 11, 2019. He is still back and forth between Houston, Texas and the East Valley. Obviously, on the night of this date, he's going to pick up JJ. The next day, they have the Vallow family has barely moved into this rental home. But they used to live in Gilbert. And he went to Gilbert police after he'd been locked out of the home. And we're going to get that ready for you guys too. It's only the beginning of this trial where we show you body camera footage. And many of you have seen it, but I think it's important to show it again. And the question is, will Trina K bring that out, submit that as an exhibit? His interaction with Gilbert body cam and him saying, quote, she's lost her mind. Him saying, quote, she needs help.
Well, and he explains to officers, as you hear in this body camera, about why. Why he believes Lori wants him dead or gone or, and a lot of that religious stuff is brought up. I can only imagine what these officers were thinking at the time, but he comes across, and again, we would think that they would bring this up in court. He comes across as a personal individual, somebody who doesn't sound crazy. He's saying some of these crazy things, but he's saying them in such a genuine way that you almost have to kind of believe him. Even though this whole thing of dark and light spirits sounds unbelievable.
Yeah. All right, 2,200 of you watching. We appreciate it. They're in the afternoon break right now. We're going to take a break ourselves. Get you guys, get yourselves a break too as we get to the next witness, which some of you already indicating it is another civilian witness, a friend of Lori Vallow Daybell's. Didn't want to spoil it for you, but we'll get ready for that. So we'll see you in a little bit.
On the record, the jury is present. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. Let me go get her.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up here in front of me and be sworn in. All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
And if you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the...
52.
Thank you. I know nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes.
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes.
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, did you ever meet Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do you recall sort of where you first met her? Let's start with that.
At church.
And do you recall approximately when you first met her?
We moved into that area in 2010, and I'm not sure if their family was there at that time or not, but...
Sometime after that?
Yes.
And did you know her husband, Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that also through church?
Yes.
Did you initially, well, let me start. Did you know they were married?
Yes.
Did you have more contact with one over the other?
More with Lori than with Charles.
And why was that?
My sons and husband had interaction with Lori through the primary program, and I didn't have much interaction with her before they moved to Hawaii. But when her and Charles had moved to Hawaii, we went on a trip and we stopped to visit, and Charles was not at home, and so we interacted with Lori on that trip.
Okay. Do you see Lori Vallow at that time in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry, what was that?
See Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Purple top and suit coat, dark suit coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Okay, so you told us that you met Lori and Charles through the church. Do you know how long you went to church with them before they moved to Hawaii?
I don't recall what year they moved, but I know that we moved to the area in 2010 and we went and visited in 2015.
Okay. And that's you visited them in
Hawaii. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Other than that, well, let me ask you, when you visited Lori in Hawaii, were her kids there with her? But you said they lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you know at that time how many children were living with Lori and Charles?
2.
Who were they?
JJ and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee was there that weekend. She may have been gone. It might have just been JJ.
But you were familiar with them having those two children?
Yes.
Residing with them?
And I also had known her son before they moved to Hawaii, was in our ward as well. But he wasn't living in Hawaii, I don't believe.
Do you know if that was Colby?
Yes.
Was he a son from a prior marriage?
Yes.
Did you know any of Charles's children from a prior marriage?
No.
When you went to Hawaii and saw Lori and JJ, how long did you spend a day or weeks? How long were you visiting them?
We visited on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or two, and then sometime in that week we got together for a couple of hours on the ocean, just paddleboarding, and that was it.
Had you had social interactions with Lori and Charles prior to going to Hawaii?
Not anything of other than waving or saying hello or something, no.
So mostly it would have been prior to that tied to any church activities or things like that?
Correct.
Did you at some point learn that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I'm not positive if it was that I ran into them in the temple, because I recall one time seeing them both at the temple.
Okay. And do you recall if that was around 2018?
Yes.
When you said you ran into them, you're saying both Charles and Lori you saw at the temple.
Yes.
So you learned they're back in Arizona at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have Lori ask you to go with her to Hawaii?
Yes, she did invite me.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2018, but I'm not positive.
Do you recall ever do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by a couple different detectives?
Yes.
In April of 2021, do you remember speaking with a detective, Ron Ball?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him that sort of the beginning of the year of 2019 is when Lori asked you if you wanted to go to Hawaii?
Could have been, yep.
Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she wanted to go to Hawaii?
No, I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke with the police back in 2020, was your memory better at that point about all of what was going on? Now that it's 2025, has your memory faded as to some of the details?
Yes.
Would listening to a portion of your interview about that help potentially refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Go ahead.
if you can just listen to this portion and see if that refreshes your recollection as to why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when. Was that you talking to the detective about this sort of time period in January where Lori's asking you to go to Hawaii and there's a lot of things going on there?
Yes, I recall that. I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
Okay. So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori and a prior invite, correct?
No, I'd just gone in 2015 with my family.
Okay.
That's the only time.
That you went there with
That I
her.
went there, yes.
Okay. So having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection about Lori inviting you to Hawaii in sort of the January of 2019 period?
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time, but at some point in either the fall or the spring there, I thought it was the fall, winter, she invited me to go to Hawaii,
Okay.
and I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you. So in January of 2019, did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
She shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
She indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with, yes.
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away, and this was one of the reasons she left?
Yes.
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
So if you had said that to the police back in April of 2021, would your memory have been better back
For sure.
Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For
telling
sure,
him that?
yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No, not until December of 2019.
Do you know how long she stayed, how long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
And did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when the first time it was that you met with her in some group format in 2019?
I believe it was spring 2019, maybe February.
Okay. And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there?
Yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earle, and Serena Sharp.
Okay. Who organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you, or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
Okay. And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that
Sure.
again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
Yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earle.
Okay. So this was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct.
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
Correct.
Was there anything that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
Did you recall talking to the police, again, back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
When you were meeting on this weekend, or this weekend, what do you remember about this group meeting? Was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Like, did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
When you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall telling police that Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit?
Yes.
And do you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
All right, so as you guys can see here, Christina Atwood on the stand listening to portions of the police interview that she did with Chandler Police. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, the audio on this feed for everyone, not just for us, it goes silent for about 15 minutes. So from about a minute or two ago, it goes dead for about 15 minutes in real time. So we are getting that delayed result now. So I just want to tell you guys, you may be seeing Christina Atwood on the stand and she's speaking. You see her mouth moving, but you are not going to hear anything. That's not our issue. Obviously, Court TV is the pool camera, so they would eventually get that figured out 15 minutes after this. And if you guys have been following social media and reports in real time from the courtroom, you know that court adjourned early today, but we are going to finish this out with you guys. Christina Atwood, the former friend of Lori Vallow Daybell, taking the stand, talking about dark spirits and recalling what she remembers about Lori Vallow Daybell saying that Charles Vallow had been possessed. Again, if you're just joining us, there is no audio there. I can prove it to you, but there's no audio at this moment for about 13 more minutes or so. Not our issue. It's from the pool camera operator. So we are basically stuck with that delayed feed of having no audio. So it will come back, but right now we've got to fill in the gaps. You're not going to hear Christina Atwood speak. So just want that to be a disclaimer. It's not our problem, but we are adapting to what happened. Obviously, you guys want to hear all of this testimony. I will be honest, so far, throughout this testimony by Atwood, underwhelming. You would think that she knew more. I believe this is the same witness that Trina Kay alluded to in her opening statements, who said that she witnessed Lori Vallow Daybell talk about crushing JJ's pills and putting it in Charles Vallow's protein drinks or protein shakes. This is a person who met with Lori Vallow Daybell, Melanie Gibbs, Zulema Pastenes, and other people part of this inner circle that was led by Chad Daybell and Lori. And they prayed, they got religious, and they did, quote, energy work. We know this from not just Chandler Police's reports, but also the Idaho case, both Idaho trials. Charles Vallow, according to prosecutors and investigators, Charles Vallow was deemed a dark spirit named Ned Schneider. He was also determined or identified by the group as a dark spirit named Hiplos. He was multiple entities, and we are getting testimony from a person that was part of this group. Now, she says she doesn't recall everything because it's been, 5 years now, 5 to 6 years, something like that. So this is not fresh on her memory. And you can definitely tell that she's not prepared by the prosecutor. There's no rehearsal that goes on. So right now we're looking at Atwood on the stand. I can't tell you exactly what was happening in the courtroom at this moment. She's not saying too many words, but at some point when she listened to the audio, that's when we lost the sound from that courtroom. So that's what it is right now. The seventh witness to take the stand. Before that, if you're just catching up, we had Nancy Jo Hancock, the woman who saw Charles Vallow last the day before he went to Lori's home and allegedly got into that fight with Alex Cox involving the baseball bat, leading to his fatal shooting. Nancy Jo Hancock was a great witness. I don't think we expected that. I will tell you, when I looked at the witness list and I saw her name, I said, okay, I recognize that name. I remember her being the woman that Charles Vallow had been talking to and had become friends with. Maybe they had been romantic, platonic, not sure, but I didn't expect the information she would give and provide to be so important. And then Lori Vallow Daybell decided to cross-examine her, and maybe a bit too long because it did not do her any favors. You have to assume that the jury perceived her as someone who was argumentative and hostile at times. You know, it felt very high school. She's talking to the woman that was dating her husband at the time and asking her, do you normally date married men? And obviously that is going to be offensive. At this point in time, we're looking back, Charles and Lori were estranged. They were separated, but they were not fully divorced, and that was in limbo. Were they actually going to get divorced? We know Charles Vallow had basically dissolved that petition to sever the marriage. He had told his former attorney, his attorney at the time, Taylor Larson, that love always wins. He wanted to reconcile this issue with his wife, who he cared about a lot. And just months before, he had pleaded with Gilbert police to do something and get her help because they were living at Gilbert at the time. And that's around the time frame where he had filed for divorce, and he had told Taylor and others that Lori was threatening his life and that if anyone was responsible for harm to him, to look to Alex Cox and Lori Vallow Daybell. So how many more civilian witnesses do we have left? We have Kay Woodcock. Very important. She sounded the alarm on this whole case on behalf of her brother Charles and on behalf of her grandson, 7-year-old JJ Vallow. I believe we have Serena Sharp, and I think Adam Cox is the last civilian witness we will have. We just don't know when we'll see them. Trina Kay is doing a good job of bringing in the personal witnesses who can relate to those in the jury. It's way more simplified. It is less technical. So just getting into that part of it, because you have to believe that at times jurors could be even falling asleep listening to such dry testimony. You don't want that to happen, despite how important the testimony is in this case, because Daniel Coons, and he by far, as far as length, he went the longest yesterday afternoon with direct exam from Trina Kay into cross-examination, and then today continuing that on the stand, being crossed by Lori Vallow Daybell and being questioned about what he investigated, what he did not investigate. We talked about the bamboo fabric that Charles Vallow was wearing, talked about the floorboard and the defects in this specific floorboard and the differences between older defects and the one that was believed to be from the projectile, the bullet that went through Charles Vallow. The term that we heard was the shored wound, basically skin or stretched skin being pierced and against some sort of surface. And so that it's all very technical. But what the state is saying is that it's very clear to investigators that Charles Vallow was laying flat on his back when that second shot was fired. And right now we still have that. So this was 10 minutes ago when audio went dead. Obi's back to give me a little breath because I've been talking for 10 minutes straight.
Good job.
But we are almost at the end of the dead audio, and I explained to everyone that this is a pool camera situation, and we're just going to get through this gap.
Well, and you know, thankfully we have some friends in the courtroom helping us out fill that void, if you will. But again, you'll see here in a moment, the audio will come back, and we'll resume with Christina's testimony. Interesting, though, listening to her earlier before the audio cut out. We know a little bit of backstory about the religious meetings between this group of friends in early 2019. I'm curious. This is the part of the trial in Idaho that we heard that was so kind of, I think, interesting to us. The lead up to this shooting, right? We've talked a lot about this particular shooting. This was the beginning of the domino effect. Okay. This was kind of what set this whole saga in motion. Mm-hmm. And so hearing from these people who were in that circle in the months,
the inner circle.
Yes. Yeah. In the months leading up to this. And now I think you'll hear from them kind of piece together how they, like when they learned that Charles had been shot and killed, then they learned it was Alex who pulled the trigger, you know, and then of course Alex dies months later, you know, and then we learned the kids go missing, and then Lori goes, you know, it's like listening to them in the Idaho trial, for me anyway, was pretty shocking because they all kind of pieced it together in the same way I think a lot of us did when we started to learn, you know, who all these people were.
And to be in the same room as Alex Cox, the people in the inner circle were exposed to Alex Cox. And what did he say about his brother-in-law? What was going on there? What was Alex being fed as far as the teachings by Lori and Chad?
And you look, they're all very religious people, right? but I think there's a point where some of them realize this is going beyond the traditional, religion. And so for us looking on the outside, from the outside looking in, we all have that same feeling. But for them to be so close together and have these discussions, and then all of a sudden they learn that, that maybe Lori and Chad anyway were kind of taking this one step further.
They were the leaders, yeah.
Yeah.
As Rachel Smith says, the special prosecutor on the case, she said it was them manipulating each other. Isn't that weird in this relationship? Instead of 50-50, but they were both, the power levels were equal in this whole realm. If we can, Robert, we want to listen to SOT 7, Trina K, direct exam on Christina Atwood.
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he'd been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
Okay. So initially you had said when you met with Lori, that you would go to the police. But when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex, what was going through your head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that...
Without going into their hearsay, let me just ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
So if anything that we heard today from Christina Atwood was crucial, that was it right there. Her saying that there was already evidence verbally that Alex had said he wished that he could have killed Charles.
I mean,
wow.
Yeah, I thought we would hear more, and maybe we will at some point from the prosecution about the lead up. Again, they need to now, this premeditation idea.
The conspiracy.
Yeah, we're starting to now, I think, get into this now, day 3 of the trial, because that is going to be the crux of all of this. And we talked about text messages too. That's going to be the crux of all of this. Is how pre-planned was this? Christina, she'll go into a little bit about early January, early 2019. You heard her earlier talk about these religious meetings. We wonder whether Zulema or some of these other people will take the stand. So we'll have to see how it plays out. We're getting close to the audio returning.
Yeah, it lasted about 15 minutes though, but we don't see those levels up. And obviously, again, if you're just joining us, this was something that happened within the courtroom, and we're listening to it. Robert, our director, is on top of it, so we are going to get to that. The conclusion of today, which was an early day. So we've got it back. Let's listen.
All of that.
It was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect.
Okay. So prior to that meeting, Serena had been at the meeting at Zulema's house?
Yes, just the one.
And she had been on a Zoom meeting maybe?
Yes.
Okay. And then this meeting in June, she was
not.
She was not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be talking negative of her.
Correct.
When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with Lori after that?
No.
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
I believe August.
So between June and August, you did not receive any other invitations?
No.
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he'd been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
Okay. So initially, you had said when you met with Lori, that you would go to the police. But when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex, what was going through your head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that...
Not going into their hearsay. Let me just
Okay.
ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel like after you confronted Lori that she distanced herself from you?
Yes.
Did that seem to be the same as what you heard and saw happening with Serena?
I don't know.
Okay. On the 9th, you had heard Lori talking negative about Serena, correct?
Yes.
And she hadn't been invited to that meeting.
She lived out of state, so it wasn't surprised that she wasn't invited.
Had she flown in for a previous meeting, though?
Yes.
Okay. So.
Just the one, the initial one.
In terms of your interactions with Lori, did she ever tell you that she was joking about her husband being possessed?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about him having this dark spirit inhabiting him?
No.
And did she ever, you told us that she told you there was a name for this spirit that you don't recall now, correct?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about that?
No.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Not seeing any. Ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
Okay. So a sidebar is called, and
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised here what we just heard.
I mean, she goes after the woman who dated her husband the night before he shot and killed. Then you have what used to be a close friend of hers on the stand, and she's like, no questions. So is our legal panel right that her co-counsel must have said, look, you need to limit your cross. I don't know why. I don't know what she would have asked, but I don't know why she wouldn't have cross-examined her. I don't get it.
The door has been opened.
Well,
the dark spirits.
That's the thing, right? Like,
why ask her about that? And how much does Christina Atwood really remember? Because she doesn't even know what Charles was called by the group, Ned Schneider and all that. She just talked about Alex Cox.
But why wouldn't though? Like, if the crux of the state's case is they're going to use these extreme religious beliefs to imply motive, right? I mean, money, sex, religion. Wouldn't you, as a defense, want to downplay, these dark light spirit? I know Christina didn't go into too much detail about it.
Yeah. We're getting the beeping from the sidebar.
Yes.
You all, and I don't think we can get rid of the beeping, right, Robert? Like we've got this beeping on the side for the sidebar. That's not something that we can totally control. But
Yeah.
what we do know is that, there's a sidebar going on right now. Lori Vallow Daybell declines to cross-examine her old friend. I think this testimony was underwhelming. It's over already. 7 witnesses down in 3 days.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
at this time, 30 minutes ago was just after 3.
Yeah.
And then now it's for the court. Who's next? How much time do we have? How are you guys feeling? Like, where are we at in the pace of things?
Right. And again, the judge, as judges do, they try and pace these trials as to not burn out the jury. You don't want to leave a witness on the stand at a crucial moment when important questions are being asked. You'll often hear the judge, ask both sides, look, where are you? He asked Lori yesterday, with Coons on the stand, look, we want to break for the day. It was 4:30. And he's like, but if you still have a few questions, we can continue. Lori said no, she was done.
She said that she was going to go on long, right. And she did this morning.
And they want to give them that opportunity. If you're in an important line of questioning, you want to continue. You want that to resonate with the jury. So where do we go from here? We're reaching almost, 2:45 here. Quarter to 4. Where is this case going? He may decide, look, we're done for the day. The jury's heard plenty, and allow the next witness to appear tomorrow morning.
All right. See what happens
Remind
here.
you of the admonition and advise you to avoid any sort of information about this case outside this courtroom.
All right, for the jury.
All rise, and there it is. Court over for the day. We told you that was going to happen. So those of you watching and just joining us, no cross-examination for Christina Atwood, and we move on to witness number 8 tomorrow, day 4 of the trial. Now, 2,700 people are watching, and that's what we like to see, and that should be the case. And I have a special guest on the phone, Nate Eaton with East Idaho News. Nate, man, I miss you in that courtroom. I'm sorry I can't be there with you, but just kind of give us your report for the day, what we just saw.
Everybody's saying, where's Justin? Why isn't he here? But we know where you're at. I would say today was the most, one of the most, well, we were only in 3 days, but there were definitely a lot of, it's the most we've seen Lori. We saw her passionately questioning the first witness and the second witness, Nancy Jo. Interesting that she decided not to ask any questions. So there was definitely a lot of interest in today's hearing, especially because it seemed to move quickly, and these were personal type of witnesses, versus more official type.
Yeah, definitely mixed it up here, threw us a curveball. We'll get to Nancy Jo Hancock in a little bit because that was wow. But how shocked were you to see that Lori did not want to cross-examine Christina Atwood?
I was expecting a little bit of a few questions at least, but maybe she figured that there was nothing she could gain by asking her anything. It would have been fascinating, the line of questioning she would have gone down, but yeah, nothing from her on that.
And let's get into Nancy Jo now. I mean, that catty cross-exam, how did it feel in the courtroom? What was that energy like? I mean, I didn't expect it's just a woman that Charles was talking to and getting to know as he was separated in his marriage. But wow, that was something.
Yeah, a lot of people saying interesting that Lori was stressing the fact that Charles was a married man and you all were talking about me, but yet at the same time, Lori was having an affair with Chad Daybell. That's been proven in court in Idaho. Nancy Jo was confident. She was calm. When she got off the stand at the end, she walked and looked over to Kay and kind of nodded at her, and then she walked out of the courtroom. I think she definitely held her own. A lot of people were, before lunch, Lori was saying tell us everything you talked about at that dinner. And the judge, after the jury left, said, are you sure you want to open that door? And we were expecting after lunch for Lori to open the door. She said she needed a lot more time for cross-examination, but she went a different direction after lunch, did not open the door, but still, did ask her questions about what they discussed on their date.
And in a sense, this door has been open as far as the dark spirits and the allegations there and the religious aspects. Obviously, that can't be controlled by Lori Vallow Daybell, but I also want to know what you get from her expressions in the courtroom, because, we only get one shot from the pool cam, but after she's done with these exchanges, how is she, presenting herself?
I would say after each witness today, after the police officer and then Nancy Jo, we didn't see it with the last witness, Lori turned around with a smile. She was confident. She was, I think she felt proud of her questioning. I don't think she was rattled in any way. She felt like she had really done some tough questioning. At least that's how it appeared. She would then consult with her advisory counsel and on to the next witness.
But as we know, any prosecutor or defense attorney would not show their cards. They would have a poker face. Even if they thought they asked the best questions in a direct exam or cross exam, she wears her emotions on her sleeve. The jury is watching her as she walks back and forth, her gestures, and even at times, what's your take on Judge Bereski? A lot of people have been commenting on his patience through these proceedings.
He has been quite patient with her, and it would be fascinating to hear those sidebars. Of course, we never will. Those are private, but, they go into sidebar. You can see him talking with her. We don't know what he's saying. You can see her getting animated at times, very animated, using her hands and trying to prove her points. And Trina Kay remains calm and collected, so it seems. So, I would say today there were more objections than any other day. The vast majority sustained, but he is letting her get in some. He is overruling some and letting the witness testify to her questioning. The question is, will that continue tomorrow? Adam Cox has said he's going to be testifying on Thursday, and we'll be expected to hear from Kay Woodcock as well. She's been in the courtroom every day, and we'll see what she has to say.
Yeah, that will be huge. Her own brother. Will she cross-examine her own brother and then her former sister-in-law? That's going to be huge. Now, we had our own issues. Technically, the pool camera lost audio for 15 minutes in the Christina Atwood testimony. So I just, if you could sum up what the last 20 minutes were like in that testimony.
Yeah, it wasn't just you guys. Everybody lost audio, and we're told that audio will be sent out shortly or tonight, this evening. So for those of you that missed the testimony, it will be posted, I would imagine. Anyway, Christina got into the fact that she was really uncomfortable with Lori saying that she was going to kill her husband, that she'd been crushing up JJ's medication and putting it in Charles's drinks, and that Alex talked about how he wishes he could just kill Charles. And Christina was so uncomfortable that she asked to meet with Lori the next day. And so she went, they met. Christina told Lori, I don't think that that's appropriate. Lori downplayed it. She said, I was just joking. And the amount of medicine that I said I was putting in Charles' drinks, it wasn't really that much. It wasn't as much as I said there was. And that then Christina was not invited to meet with the group again until August. She was invited to go to dinner. And at that point, Charles Vallow had been killed. And Christina had learned that it was a brother-in-law of Charles Vallow. She didn't realize that it was Alex Cox until she learned about it, that it was indeed Alex. And that's when she decided to go to the police to tell them what she had learned from these groups, these group meetings, these castings.
Yeah, and see, this group, we know through the Idaho case everything we've learned. It's a clique, and there's a hierarchy, and obviously the two in power, Chad and Lori, and they dictate. They even told people like who they were in their past lives. The jury doesn't even know exactly like how influential they were, but what were their reactions to this type of information that we're really hearing for the first time?
The jurors were definitely in tune with these questions, with today. Yesterday, it seemed to be a little bit more dry testimony. One of the jurors yesterday was closing his eyes. I don't know if he was asleep. His eyes were closed. We didn't see much of that today. And they have the chance here in Arizona to ask questions if they want to. And I believe it was the second witness today where they asked a question about, did Charles ever speak about something about discomfort or being worried?
Yeah, stressed, right?
And, yeah, Nancy said yes and started to elaborate, but the judge said, no, that's okay, that's enough. You don't need to say anything more. So would have been fascinating. They didn't have any questions for Christina, the final witness, but had Lori crossed her, maybe they would have had. We just don't know.
Wow. I know you got things to do. You got a show to work on, and I bet you're relieved that you're not on that witness stand taking these questions.
Yeah, I would be fascinating to know what Lori does want to ask me, but no, I don't want to do it in court, and I want to be in the courtroom reporting. So I'm glad I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so for everyone watching, I mean, you know where you can find Nate Eden on East Idaho News, and every night he has his courtroom insider, and I am happy to push that because you have been nonstop every morning, early until the night. I don't know when you get sleep, and you're obviously not in your own bed, and I know you're liking this Arizona weather and just how proceedings they seem to be organized and taking place for you in there.
It says it's 103 degrees right now on my phone.
Oh, wow.
103.
It did heat up today.
It's April. Tell your weather guy to bring it down a notch.
Yeah, all of a sudden it got hot this week, and we've been inside hanging out, so we wouldn't know. But, hey, man, I appreciate you, and we hope to talk to you soon and get a little bit of rest.
All right, sounds good. See ya.
Nate Eden of East Idaho News really giving us a look inside the courtroom there and a little bit of a recap of what we missed during that dead audio. That I think was key testimony. We just didn't get as much as we thought we would from this person that was in the inner circle and left out of it until August.
You left out of it until August. We're now getting to this motive phase. I think the jury will start to kind of piece that together. As Nate alluded to, now we're getting in more personal, right? This has now become more of a personal case. Will Lori take the same approach with her brother and Kay? I mean, she's going to want to cross, I would imagine. I mean, that's I think clear how hard she goes at it, whether with the cross of Nancy, whether that taught her anything. She'll have a whole night to sleep on it, right? We're day 4 tomorrow, final day of trial for the first week, and what she learned today.
And do we get a hearing on Friday regarding the motion to dismiss? You guys can scrub all the way back to the beginning of this video where we discussed her argument there and what Lonnie Dworkin had to say about the Cellbrite data. But tomorrow, are we gonna get? It's getting very interesting. Kay Woodcock, Adam Cox. Obviously, that's not set in stone, but looks like they're going the civilian route, the personal touch, family members. I mean, having to question your own brother. Yeah, that's I assume is gonna happen unless she declines to do that.
Well, and remember now, she's going to get an opportunity to, go after him, if you will, or cross-examine him after the state has already questioned him. Yeah. And you wonder, they're not going to, I mean, you would think they're not going to go hard after him, but I would imagine a lot of her questions are going to be reactionary to what he has to say on the stand as the state's talking to him.
Adam Cox had a very lengthy phone call with Chandler police sometime after the shooting of Charles Vallow, and he told them about the concerns really related to the spiritual aspect and what Lori Vallow Daybell had been thinking, and how he said that she believed she was married to Moroni in the past life, and just what Charles had basically been talking about. Adam was an advocate for Charles, and it's a tough position to be in. You have your sister, who you believe needs a family intervention. You have your brother, who's her protector, and then you have your brother-in-law who's saying she needs help, and you believe him because the things that are being said and things that you're learning about, even though you live states away, you feel, and I'm assuming there's guilt there because he probably feels he could have done something to help prevent this. Sure. And he's supposed to meet with Charles on that day, July 11, 2019. He's the last person to text him. Charles doesn't read the text message. Instead, Lori takes the phone takes off from the scene after the shooting. There's just so much to unpack emotionally, physically, and as far as what happened, the logistics. It's going to be so interesting. And Kay Woodcock will basically tie it up for the prosecution of what happens after too.
And we should remember Trina Kay in her opening arguments came right out of the gate with religion and used specific terms related to the names that were being used, and is now starting to kind of circle back on that. So, maybe her intention was, I think, to emphasize to the jury, you're going to hear quite a bit, and you're going to hear about things, even if you're not religious or part of the LDS Church, you're going to hear terms. You're going to hear about these meetings, and you're going to
ratings,
right? And
dark a light. I mean,
and I know jurors are allowed, I think, in some instances to keep notes and things like that. But she came right out of the gate with that, and again, setting up this idea that was the basis for Alex killing Charles.
Okay, so we've talked about a lot. We are going to get ready for our On the Record episode. So I want you all to stay tuned for that tonight. That's our daily recap of what happened. Obviously, you just got a lot of that analysis today. We have our interviews with our panel, our legal experts, up on our channel as well. Subscribe and hit the bell. We ended early today, but there was a lot that went on, and we'll see you tomorrow at some point in the 10 o'clock hour as we get ready for the continuance of the next witness testimony. Who is that going to be? We don't know yet, but it'll be witness number 8 as Lori Vallow Daybell represents herself against the charge of murder, conspiracy, and the death of her then husband, Charles Vallow. We'll see you guys soon.